Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Good morning, councillors. I welcome everyone along to the community committee meeting agenda for the 15th of March. I'll open the meeting, and I'd firstly like to acknowledge acknowledgement of country. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Dalrymple people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government and area, the Gangaloo Nations people, the Barada, Capybara and Yetamarala people, and also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose land is in the Torres Straits but who live and work on Aboriginal land. Thanks very much, councillors. We have Councillor Fisher online, and aside from that we have a full house. So we'll keep moving on to declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, do we have any declarations? Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, the first item, the Emmaus College PNF Association. So I do attend it regularly. I'm not on the board, but the fact that I turn up all the time.
Did you wish to stay in the meeting, put it to the table?
I think I'll safer to leave.
Okay. We might grab those details. Linda, member of the Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Kirkland.
Mr Mayor, I also attend the Emmaus PNC meetings. I would potentially argue, though, that because we are not necessarily on the committee, I'm not office bearers, that doesn't constitute a conflict of interest.
Mr CEO, it doesn't, but if somebody wants to received.
Yeah, and extending mine, my daughters go to Emmaus, so.
Yeah. Councillor Kirkland, again, if you wanted to remain in the meeting, I believe that there's a perceived...
Well, I think that since Councillor Latcham has volunteered that he's going to leave the room, I'll follow suit. Can I question?
And you can ask the table. Yeah. Councillor Latcham will deal with these matters first. He's children and he's attends the meetings, not a member.
Children attend Emmaus College, but I don't go to meetings, but yeah.
Yeah. And Councillor Kirkland, and you'll leave the meeting Councillor Latcham. And Councillor Kirkland wishes to remain in the meeting and would like to ask the table for a decision around that.
Yeah,
So,
if that's all right.
yep, no, that's okay. Councillors, any concerns with Councillor Kirkland remaining in the meeting? I'm happy to move that Councillor Kirkland remain. Seek a seconder. Councillor Wickerson, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillors, any other declarations? If not, and something arises in the course of the meeting, please don't hesitate to pass that on at the moment. So we'll move right on to the officers' reports. Officers 7.1, the Community Assistance Program, Environment and Sustainability Scheme. So Councillor Latcham's leave the meeting. Yeah, there's a big party just rocked up. It's fine. Thanks very much, Christine.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. It's my pleasure this morning to report about the Community Assistance Program Environment and Sustainability Scheme. We've specifically got one application here from Emmaus College P&F Association. It is to support the student-led CQ Sustainability Youth Summit and also a range of school waste management initiatives being delivered in conjunction with the Recycling Heroes Schools program. Total grant value today of $3,000.
Thanks, Christine. Councillors, any comment? You moved, Councillor Smith, and seconder. Councillor Kirkland. Yes, it was great to see last year's event that Emmaus put on. It was well received and some challenging questions from members in the gallery, but really something there getting everyone's mind around sustainability and what it means moving forward. So I think it's a great way to encourage the youth of tomorrow to help look about where we're going. Okay then, we'll move in a second with regards to that. If there's no further questions, I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll invite Councillor Latcham back into the room, please. Thanks, Councillor Latcham. We'll move on to item 7.2, bringing nature back, the operational NRM program update. Thanks very much, Christine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the second report this morning is an update on Council's operational natural resource management program. It includes a summary of works completed in the last 12 months and also outlines proposed delivery partners for the 22-23 period. Of note, here's a number of partnerships which Council has the opportunity to enter into with community organisations including Multicultural Australia and Capricornia Catchments. This will add to work also being undertaken at this point in time with CQ University and Capricornia Catchments already on existing council projects. So this update today asks that you receive the update on Council's operational NRM program.
Thanks very much, Christine. Councillor Kirkland, Chair of the portfolio, would you like to move but speak to this as well?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, definitely happy to move to receive this report, another comprehensive report that shows the great work that's been happening in the community and certainly then that collaboration space and helping a number of different people in the community to find gainful work as a consequence of being involved in the NRM programs. So it crosses a huge spectrum of people. I congratulate you and your team on what I said, a comprehensive report and the good work that you're doing collaboratively across the organisation, but also around the community. So thank you very much for that good work.
Thank you. Probably just a question to Christine. The creeks and the waterways, we note there's a number of issues at the moment with overgrown vegetation. Are there any programs there that are available for council to apply for? I'm not sure whether it's your patch or whether that's Doug's, but looking for, we've had previous work for the dole schemes that have been able to do piecemeal areas, but we're looking at maybe trying to get into some regular program, whether it's just the one-offs or longer-term issues that we try to get involved in. So if can't answer it, you take it on notice and come back to us, but it was one we were talking about yesterday, if
Sure.
that's okay.
Look, Mr Mayor, I believe it is quite a holistic issue that we need to look at to determine what the various goals are in certain areas. Obviously, we are aware that we have certain weed issues in some areas. There are obviously issues with overgrowth of exotic species in areas, which has multiple implications for aesthetics and water flow through those areas as well. I don't believe that there's any single program with available funding for these kinds of programs at this point in time, but certainly something that we can be looking more holistically at opportunities for moving forward.
Yeah, that was my brief there, that they were piecemeal approaches previously. I think that the thoughts for the council maybe start to talk about a workshop and then maybe formulating a notice of motion to the LGAQ conference about how we go from there. Probably not trying to steal Councillor Mather's thunder, but I think it's something there that we were talking about yesterday and maybe we're all interested in, but notice of motion coming up about looking at that going forward. Yep, Councillor Fisher.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Mr Mayor, could I add to that the investigation of biocontrol, whether we go back probably about 8 years ago, there was a number of programs where they were looking at using predator insects and other rusts and things as some of the control of some of the weeds. And I'm just wondering whether that could also be included in that sort of bit of a study to see if we could actually sort of see if there was a natural way that we could bring some of our weeds, particularly in our waterways, under control.
Yeah, we might condense that into a workshop. It's probably a little bit digressing from this notice of motion, but I think what the concept is there that we work towards that, but talk with Alicia and the chair as we go forward with that, or the chairs, the two in that space today. That said, we have a mover and a seconder with regards to this recommendation. Move Councillor Kirkland. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wickerson. Any further questions of Christine? This one? If not, I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. 7.3, the draft biodiversity plan for 2022-26. We'll go over to you. Thanks, Doug. Okay, questions? Councillor Kirkland?
Oh, look, my question is really just around being able to read part of the draft here. So I think it's page 58, 56 of the actual report. Down the bottom where it says strategic links to other legislation, can you just read what that first line is? It's really interesting to me, Mr Mayor, because obviously there's legislative requirements for us, a lot of legislative requirements.
Sorry, I have actual.
Page.
No, I haven't. I've got actual.
7?
We just need a microphone, Karen. We just need a microphone.
Sorry. It says local government must ensure that the plan does not breach the requirements of other legislation, including those other acts.
Yeah. So it's that was relevant, and I felt it was important to make sure that I had my head around that because I couldn't read it at all on my copy. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, a lot of devolution of responsibility over the years coming back down to council, so without any dollars behind it, I'll remind you of that. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. And Karen, I know I've probably asked this before when that was my committee, but a lot of these, the list of things, and a lot of them are trees. I'm pleased to see the Tacoma and yellow bells in there, but I've often asked about the Turulliana Kadaji. It apparently kills native bees, and I know Rocky City Council actually took all those trees out a long time ago, but they're still growing everywhere and causing a problem because they've dropped so many leaves, but also people are worried about them falling on their houses. And because they're not on the list, we won't take them out. That's the first one. And the other one is the West African tulip tree that we don't want people to grow, but where have we got it in here?
Through the chair, I think the Trilliana tree is a native species, which is why it's not in the plan at this point. It's definitely not a declared one under the Biosecurity Act. I'm maybe incorrect there. And the African tulip tree is in containment, the containment section of the biosecurity, the proposed biosecurity plan.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for that, Karen. Councillor Fisher's got everything, the green thumb there, and he's put his hand up. He might be able to give us some info on that. Councillor Fisher?
Can I just reply to the Trilliana? You actually used to be able to buy it in every nursery. It doesn't come up naturally.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Councillor Fisher might be able to help.
Yeah, the Corymbia torrelliana is actually a native plant species. They are native of up on the edge of Mount Bartle Frere. But it is one of those ones that there is still great debate as to whether it is a problem as far as native bees or not, and a number of botanists are still arguing that fact. I think it's one of those ones we should discourage the use of it, but it is, because it's a native plant species, it becomes very, very hard to list it as a weed. The similar sort of thing with the Spathodia, the West African tulip. That one also is one that causes a lot of debate. I know Gladstone Regional Council have made a point of removing those out of all of their parks and council land. My feeling is it's not as bad as some of our other weeds. If you had a budget, I'd rather have that going controlling the likes of Leukemia and some of those other things, but still discouraging sort of the use of the West African tulips if you can. It is, it does provide some shade, but if they've got to be cut out at that point. If that's a little bit of help for everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
I just apologise, Karen. I've had this discussion with you before, so you are correct. And, that I would rather see them somewhere because, as I said, I know in Gracemere there's one on a corner, there's an elderly lady living there, but because it's not on the list, we won't take it out. And she's worried it's going to fall on her house anyway. So, yeah, I just have concerns about them, and I know we've got them all through other towns where they've been planted as boulevard trees.
Yeah.
And they are a beautiful tree, but, so anyway.
Thank you.
It's good that we've sorted that one again.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Doug, with regards to page, just so I can find it for you, page 9 on your report that you've got there, where it's talking about local government, and our responsibility is obviously to administer and enforce the Biosecurity Act. Further down in the paragraph there, it says local governments are also required to manage invasive biosecurity matter on land controlled by local government. And of course, Parthenium is a continuing problem. We've got, the rat's tail and all the other... rat's
tail grass.
Yeah, all the other things. I'm
Leukemia.
concerned about this wording, perhaps continuing to put the onus back on. Does it put the onus back on us to pay for that? Obviously, it's huge. That's a huge problem in our region at the moment. It's a massive area that we cover, which is outlined in your strategy. So, can you elaborate what that sentence means? It says we're required to manage. So if we're required to manage it and it's not being managed, I would imagine that there needs to be some budgetary contribution to that on our behalf. How do we get around that wording? Or
Put rates up.
Talk to me about it, Doug.
I just so happens I'm the subject matter expert for the Biosecurity Act right here. Karen might be able to answer that a bit more in depth than I can.
Through the chair, I'm happy to reword it, that's fine. I guess it's just trying to explain that we, on top of the enforcement actions that we have, we also actually do have a requirement to control invasive weeds and animals on our land. And we do what we can with the resources we've got. And I think it's well recognised that local governments aren't able to get everywhere all the time. There's not a local government in Queensland that can. So that's why we prioritise what we do, and we have the priority list. So we will focus on those ones that are in those higher priority lists, and then the asset-based protection ones will prioritise the assets that we need to protect, is how, I guess, the plan works. So we'll destroy the infestations of the high priority ones, we'll contain what we can, and containment also means reduce. It doesn't just mean keep it to an area, it does mean reduce it within that area as well. And then now asset-based ones, we focus on those areas of high value to council and the community.
Is it worth then, thank you Karen, is it worth, do you think, rewording it slightly?
Yep.
Just, I can imagine landowners coming to us, roadsides and wherever else, and we just simply don't have the resource or capacity to get to it. But if it's worded this way, it's almost like, well, too bad, you have to do it right now. Is that onus in the wording? What do you think?
No, and I think there's some ones that we need to cut free as well. I mean, the leukemia, who's going to say that we're going to be able to eradicate that out of our region? Are we going to keep throwing money at it?
Yeah,
and not
it's
be
exactly
able
what
to do
we've
it? Is there a
discussed.
point where you just say, well, it's here, a bit like the cane toad, and
Yeah. I think I'd feel a little bit more comfortable if you were to perhaps even elaborate the way you've just now done to us about the prioritising.
Yep.
And just so that anyone who's reading into this
Yep.
can see that that's obviously something that's resource dependent.
Yep.
yeah, that's
No.
I think there's wording that could help capture that as we go forward.
So, Mr Mayor, and probably question through to Karen, would the time to make that softening of word change be before or after community and consultation, I guess is my question.
Through the chair, I can make that change before we go out to community consultation. That's no trouble at all.
Okay.
And then if it
thanks,
needs rewording after, we can do that.
Liz. Okay, thanks,
So-
Karen. Councillor Mathers?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions,
Yep,
if that's
you're right.
okay. So through you to Doug, first thing, and one statement I want to make, which is thanks very much for the work that you and your team have been doing in putting this together. It's obviously something that we have to have, so I appreciate what you've done there. The first question I had was very similar to what Councillor Coken was saying with some of the wording of that. I just sort of looked at it, and it just takes me back to the conversation we had yesterday in regards to, the creeks. We know we're fighting a losing battle there, but we certainly need state to step up and give us a hand, or give us some financial hand, or get in there and help as well. But I think it's very prudent that we realise that as a council, it's very hard for us to push and request things from state government when we're struggling to do our part, which is maintaining the 100 metres either side of those culverts and bridges and everything. So, I understand the pressure you guys are under and your team's under, and, it's our job to try to get some sort of funding to help you be able to spread your wings a little bit and do a little bit more of that area. But I'm just very mindful that it's, if we're trying to push state government to get in there and clean those creeks, we've got to do our part as well. So it's something that we need to be mindful of. The other question, that I had was with Doug in regards to, and I'm very much for community consultation, Doug, but what exactly are we, what feedback are we looking for, or are we hoping for in regards to the community consultation when this goes out? What are you hoping to hear back from the community?
It's awesome. No need to change it.
How long is that bit of string?
I suppose, do you think that, are you hoping that you'll be hearing from a lot of people saying, hey, we've got issues with, pests in this area, whether they're fauna or flora, but, or are you thinking they might come back with some ideas that could help us as well?
Yeah, through the chair, bit of both, councillor. It's a bit more high level than trying to just find exactly. There's some weeds here, or there's some pigs here. So we're just trying to get a bit of a better idea of the community, how it's changed the last 5 years with pest management, and how we can push those resources in the right direction.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. It'd just be very interesting to see what the mix is going to be, because I would imagine that the main feedback we'll be hearing from landowners, I would imagine more so than any urban people. It'd certainly be more rural, you would think.
And through the chair, those a lot of landowners are in groups, and they will give us feedback from that group, and Karen and the team work with them quite closely anyway. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Councillor Mathers, Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did go through this document and got a few things highlighted and circled, and one of those is just under the, I can't find the page number on this one here. It's not written on it, but it's at the bottom, Karen, where it's talking about best practice, and it's on the page where you've got the Landholders Day photograph. So at the end there it says about research, about invasive plants. I was privy to the land care meeting, the last land care meeting that they had, and one of the conversations was around how to use these pests, how to use these pest weeds, and something for CSIRO. My question to you is, to what level does council get involved in that type of research, and what are our responsibilities around that?
Through the chair, so on the ground research we don't get involved in a lot. What happens is council pays money to the Land Protection Fund every year, so we pay a considerable amount of money to the Land Protection Fund, which goes back to DAF, and they do a lot of that on the ground biocontrol research and other research through their labs. There's one at Charters Towers that I'm aware of, and I think there's a couple others around the state as well. So that's sort of our contribution back to through that program.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to both Doug and Karen, I think. Whenever I catch up with my rural residents, one thing that always comes out with pest control and weed control is they just want a bit of a hand. They have to do the work, like put the labour in to keep their property and maybe their road frontage clear, road frontage on our behalf. But they just need a bit of a hand with either discounted or supply of the chemicals that they need to do it. But also there's some legislative problems around that as well. I mean, not doing it, but us providing it as contractors to us, nearly unpaid contractors, is that duty of care and health and welfare of people that we're giving this to. So I'm just wondering if there's a way around that. So these people are happy to do the work, obviously for their own benefit too, but how do we smooth that process out so it's possible to do it? And I'd hope that they would come out with the consultation as well.
Through the chair, and I guess we did have investigate incentives program as one of the action items in the plan, so it's something that maybe we can focus on during community consultation, digging into that a bit deeper on where the community would like to see that, and then we can do the analysis of that afterwards and see how it pans out.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Smith.
Oh, Karen, you probably know my thoughts on this, but it'd be lovely if we could bring back those small landholder days that were really informative. And I think we need to change the heading, because people with big properties or people in town thought that they wouldn't get anything out of it. But the amount of information in those little events that we had was just incredible. And I always had feedback from people saying that there wasn't huge crowds there, but very interesting displays, but interesting presentations. And, you know, even people I was with learnt to get maps of your property and see where you sit in the landscape, you know, see how close you are to creeks and the river and all sorts of things. So it was really, really a good initiative. I'm not sure how much it cost us to have it, but it'd be good if we could bring that back one day. I think it stopped with COVID, or it stopped before then, I think. But I just thought, well, if we could bring those back, that would be really, really good.
Thank you. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got highlighted here the 1080 program. Council, it says here, Council will maintain the 1080 program. Can you just, there's been some changes around that, has there? Can you just probably enlighten us all as to what that is?
Through the chair, so there's been a couple of changes to our 1080 baiting program. The first one was the DAF supply of 1080 ran out, which means council is responsible for purchasing our own 1080 through that program now. We did receive some funding through one of the rounds of the DAF funding to supplement that for the next 3 years. And then the second changes were around some legislative changes. All of our staff have gone through the relevant training to continue to supply that program. So there's just a new act in place in relation to the drugs and poisons regulation that we've got to comply with, which just means we've had to do some extra work in creating our own deed polls and our own stock control books and all of that, which has been done.
Councillor Kirby.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, thank you. Back to you, Karen, on that 1080 then. Is it now available commercially, is my understanding? So why would council be continuing to supply that? And do we supply it free to landowners? And are they able to purchase it commercially? I suppose is my question. Because it previously wasn't available commercially.
Yep. So through the chair, there is an opportunity for landowners to commercially purchase it on their own now. I guess the advantages of the council program is we do it as a group and multiple landholders at once, so you get the best effect against the invasive animal. And we have a program where we supply the 1080, but the landholders supply the meat. So it's a little bit like an incentive program, I guess, that we supply the 1080, they supply the meat, we inject it, and then they're responsible for laying the baits. But getting multiple landholders together at the same time really does give us more effective control over the wild dog and pigs, and that's why we think it's still worthwhile to continue running it.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Good.
Alicia?
Mr Mayor, I was just going to respond back to Councillor Smith's comment in regards to the Landholders' Day. So my understanding of that is that, along with a lot of other community events, got absorbed into the Advance Rockhampton with all of the staff to, I guess, do and undertake and plan those events. So that's sort of back with the discussion over with Advance Rockhampton over what events council sees important to run in the future. So it's similar to our gardening competition and different pieces like that. So just be mindful when you're having that discussion with Advance Rocky, those resources went in there as well.
Thanks, Alicia. Councillor Fisher? We can't hear you. You must be on mute, mate.
Okay, so my apologies for that. I think this is the plan has actually got a lot of community benefit and going through that. But I would like to maybe suggest that we have pictures of our pest and weed species, that we could get a little bit more community interest if they were able to go through and have a bit of an understanding of what some of these weeds are, because quite a number are starting to show up in home gardens now, and it's not just the Leucaena, but it's quite a number of other pests that we're trying to address. Now, rubber vine in particular, it's in flower at the moment, and I went out with Councillor Mather last week, and we actually were able to identify these in community gardens and landscape gardens and different things, so people don't realise that they have got pest species. So just sort of wondering if we could go a little bit further. The second part is we've been talking about what we could do with the show. Probably some of the council areas, this would be really good in the area at the show where we've got a lot of the agricultural sections, that we could actually even just have a static display of what we're doing with our biosecurity plan.
Yeah, Councillor Fisher, it all comes with a budget, but the invasive plants are on our website there with all those species and that there for people to access as well. So it's online information there that's able to be shared as well. So good point, but it's great discussion as we're heading up into a budget process about where we continue to go.
Yeah. So just to add to that, we do normally have some presents out at the Rocky Show. Do you know, Karen, are we planning to do the same this year?
Through the chair, yes, pest management will be at the Rocky Show, I believe.
Yeah. So, and a lot of those brochures and stuff we take out to the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor, I think we've run the questions on that one. We might seek a mover and a seconder. Councillor Mather, would you like to move? Seek a seconder? Councillor Fisher, have you got another question? No, he's right, he's on mute again.
Yeah. I'm happy to say.
Oh, you want a second? Righto, Councillor Fisher, second. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 7.4, the dog off-leash areas community engagement policy. Councillor, do we need any comments or commentary on that one? It's self-explanatory. I'm open to Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I noticed John Hegbold Park at Parkhurst. It's one of the considerations, and opposite that park is Bill Nevin Park, and I've noticed on many occasions I've been out there, there's obviously already dogs off on leash using that area. Was that considered as part of it? And the other thing was minimum standards for these unleashed areas. So when we're talking about John Hegbold, there's no mention of a dual water for the dogs and for humans as well. So I would have thought water was pretty important, especially with our heat, that there's water provided wherever these dog parks are. So that was probably one of my concerns on John Hegbold.
Yep, we might just get into those questions. Amy?
Amy's been working on this one, Councillor, so she'll respond.
Thanks, Amy.
Good morning, councillors, Mr Mayor. So to give you a bit of a recap, I guess, as it's been a while since we've seen you guys. So last year we workshopped the minimum standards, all that kind of thing, after our first round of consultation, where it was evident that the public would like to see some more parks, and in particular bigger dog off-leash areas, because the ones we have at the moment are simply just too small, especially for those larger breeds. So during that workshop we did sort of come to the agreement, I guess, at that point in time that it was quite expensive to fully embellish, fully fence these large parks that we'd love to have, but just not feasible to do a whole heap of new ones. So from that workshop we identified the dog-friendly park concept, where we've introduced, I think it's around 4 potential new sites that are just a park where you are allowed to have your dog off leash, if obviously your dog can obey commands. So these don't have that kind of level of embellishment that we would love to see at every dog off leash park. But it's also giving that community that option of having another option to take your dog to. So in terms of having areas where there's water available, that's, if there's no current water set up to that site, that's obviously a big cost to run a new connection and all that sort of thing. So I guess that was where that decision was made back in that workshop, is to perhaps have some of these other areas that maybe they might not have the facilities like some of them might do, like Georgeson, we've got taps and all that sort of thing, but it's at least giving the community another option to go and run their dogs. So in those kind of parks, you may suggest people bring their own little water tubs and that sort of thing, this sort of portable dog waters, all that sort of stuff you can bring these days. So I guess that was sort of where it sort of laid last time, was that we had to come to an agreement to maybe some of these dog-friendly options aren't as fully as embellished as we would have liked to have had.
Yeah, some of those ones on the coast and that, you just take your own water and go for.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just would have thought there must be some connection there, because they've got irrigation and stuff there. I know that's on a different section, but I'm pretty certain there'd have to be water there somewhere. Wouldn't be too far to get one, so it's just as a minimum standard.
Yeah, and if there's water there, that's definitely something. Like at this point, we're sort of just wanting the recommendation to receive this report so that we can go to some more personalised consultation, because before the community think we're just going to go out and let dogs run around in the park behind their yard, we want to make sure that they are aware that it's happening, or that it might not even happen, what their thoughts are. This was just sort of, we've identified that maybe this is a great area. The community could very well tell us that it's not going to be. So once we get to that point, we'll start looking into a bit more of what services are available.
Councillor Latcham.
Thank you. Another one I would have thought was an easy one to tick off on the list was the one down near Sanctuary. There's a massive big open area. It's got water down there. It's already got a playground there. Other than it's not fenced in. But that would have been one easy one. But more importantly, Rose Swaddling Park. And the reason I've mentioned that one, besides being in my division, is I seem to be forever logging calls for the dog tidy bags to be replenished. So obviously there's a lot of dog users or owners using those dog tidy bags. Maybe that was by having a look at how many times I log it. Obviously they're being used quite regularly. It would have been an area to the southern side of the footpath, which would have been with trees and everything, ticks all the criteria, would have been a nice area, I would have thought, for that area.
I guess the justification for not including that one in the report at the moment is that the Eddie Baker Park is only sort of 800 metres down the road, and it already has an existing fence park with all the sort of some agility equipment and stuff in there. So the idea was to make the entire part of Eddie Baker Park to be this dog-friendly concept, keeping the fenced area, so if someone still wants to take their dog in the fenced area, but the playground there is completely fenced. It doesn't have any adjoining houses, so to speak. There is sort of the road abutting the adjoining owners, so it was sort of a bit more made sense to sort of embellish the larger Eddie Baker Park and try and sort of bring more people to the existing equipment that was already there for that one.
I'm all in favour of Eddie Baker. I think it's a great park. I just think with such a high concentration of residential around Rose Swaddling, and given its popularity and how many people obviously use the dog tidy bags, I would have thought that was one that would probably jump ahead of the next year's one that's proposed for out near Norman Road out of Parkhurst, which is out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I guess it's looking at also like a gap in provision as well. Like at the moment there is no dog off leash at all in Parkhurst, so I think in terms of where people want to see it, there's sort of nothing there and there's already something here. So we're sort of trying to, I mean, if we've got enough money to do both, let's do both.
but they're already putting one out of John Hedgold, which is out Parkhurst, so...
It's not an
actual... that same argument, Eddie Baker and Rose Swaddling's too close. The one on Norman Road and John Hedgold are probably even closer.
I didn't think John Hedveld was an actual endorsed. I'd have to check with local laws on that one. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's an actual...
Yeah, just something to consider.
I think we're just asking the community for their views at the moment. So,
yeah, that's pretty much what this report's about, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, and then I'll go to Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Smith. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm actually so glad that this, to have the report come back. It's been sort of something that I've been very, very keen to see how we can expand. One thing there that I did learn with sort of part of the drive tourism is that a number of the Western councils now are putting in a small off-leash area in areas where caravan and motorhome people can pull over and give their dogs a break. And like in Barcaldine, it's across in the main street. It's just a small area as part of a park, probably something similar to what O'Shanassy Park in Rockhampton is. But they're finding now people sort of stop there for a little while, then they tend to stay in the town that night because they've spent a couple of hours just letting the dog have a bit of exercise. I'm just wondering whether it's a little bit off from what this report is saying, but whether we could investigate a park a small off-leash enclosed area with maybe some agility equipment that could actually be part of a tourist side of things as well.
Yep, so we did suggest for possibly in the second year budget to put a smaller, even though we've sort of said we want to steer away from smaller areas, a smaller area at the information centre on Gladstone Road. Typically people who travel with dogs usually have smaller dogs, so providing that sort of fenced area in there. We've spoken to Advance as well, and that with what they want to sort of revamp that tourist information centre there as well. They thought that would be quite a good idea as well. So is that the kind of thing you're talking about, Councillor Fisher?
Exactly,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd just like to thank you for the report.
No worries.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanting to check with Ergon Park. Is that going to be fenced? I'm just wondering whether, because it is such a big area, my mind would be thinking that would be a park for big dogs, and there's right behind that, of course, we've got the boat ramp and quite a bit of activity there at certain periods in time.
Yeah.
And if it's not fenced, what's the risk that we're then putting the community at of potentially a larger dog?
Yeah, I guess that's...
Probably if I could, I'll just live from up the road from Duthie Park, and it's unfenced, and the amount of dogs... No. They're most of the people are responsible, and it's more the owners having a time out as well. Not only the dogs, but the owners do. And once the dogs start to work together, you find that they just sort of, because those leashes aren't there and they're not protecting their own patch, it's a different environment for them, and they tend to just group together and do their own thing. People will throw a ball and do that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's encouraging.
It's never been a real issue, as long as the road, it's far enough away from the road that it's not a problem.
Yeah. May I just add further
Yeah,
into
you're
that
right.
same question then? I think that's encouraging to know. There's certainly, as everybody here in Rockhampton knows, there are so many dogs. And the people who are responsible for looking after that just left the room. But there are a number of dogs, certainly in that Park Avenue area, that seem to roam around. Those dogs aren't dogs that are going to be behaved, but they may end up congregating at places where there might be other dogs. I would be remiss of me to not mention, to make sure that when we're instating these facilities, that we're not creating a potential safety risk to people who are using the amenities nearby.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that there's going to be well-behaved dogs. I suppose, is it something we just do case by case, and if there is an incident, we then have to put up a fence?
So we have suggested to run even just monthly customer request reports, just making sure that there hasn't been complaints. So do a 12-month trial period after the engagement. If we say, yep, okay, let's go ahead with this, do a 12-month trial period where we keep an eye on these requests, making sure that we act upon. And if we get to a point where we've had 3 complaints in a week, we shut that place down. Like we keep that flexibility so that we know that we haven't opened ourselves up. That's why we've sort of deliberately picked parks that aren't these prime playground parks. Ergon Park is quite a fair way away. Hopefully there's not so many stray dogs. We've sort of picked parks that aren't near playgrounds, but if they are, the playgrounds are fully fenced. So we're trying to identify and minimise that risk, but obviously, especially with dogs, there's always going to be a risk even when it's fenced or not. So that's why we're sort of, trying to sort of make sure that the community are aware before we even go ahead and do it. Then it will also be, we've been talking with Lisa in Local Laws a lot about the education side of things as well, making sure that the community realise that these places are for trained dogs. I certainly wouldn't go and be taking my dogs there without a fence off leash. So it's, that education as well as, and just that constant follow-up as well to make sure that we haven't created a problem.
Really good feedback.
I'd encourage councillors to go and have a look at the Duthie Park example of an area that's not fenced and observe what happens in that, just so you get an understanding about
Awesome.
how they behave.
I have 2 more questions. They're different. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with regards to putting in all of the agility activities and seats and that sort of thing for those particular parks that tick those boxes, that's a great idea. There's a fairly high amount next to Ergon Park. Is that just for clearing of the land and preparing the land?
Ergon Park is a pretty raw site, so it probably will need a bit more sort of embellishment, I guess, because it's basically just like a livestock fence around it at the moment. I don't think there's even really a pedestrian gate in there, so the cost of Ergon probably is a bit more than the other parks. There is no sort of landscaping or irrigation or anything like that at the moment, but I guess it's before we go and invest too much in there as well, that 12-month period will be a good example. We'll have QR codes on the signs, so hopefully we can try and encourage people to provide feedback, positive or negative, just so we can get sort of a bit of an idea. We've also got the ability to do people movement monitoring, so that could be something, if you're interested in looking at after the 12 months time, we can sort of engage a consultant and look at how many people actually visited that site and when it was popular and all that sort of stuff. So before we go and invest fully into all the agility equipment and all that sort of stuff, we want to make sure that place is going to work first and get used, and then we'll look at further investment. Somewhere like Georgeson Oval, we know it gets used, we know the people want it, we're getting requests every day for shade and seats and all that sort of stuff. So that kind of place we would invest in. These new ones, we want to give it that trial period first.
Excellent. Excellent. So then I would probably ask that further down the track, once this has come back from community engagement, et cetera, that there is consideration of whole of life costs then to continue to maintain those areas. Ergon Park is really looks after itself at the moment, so it would now then be, there would be an expectation that there would be some ongoing maintenance that's going to, of course, be needing to be included in parks, and that's more resource again. That's going to be needed. So when that comes back, there would need to be done.
Yeah.
As well. And is there a capacity for those QR codes to be there permanently, or is that just going to be...
We're hoping they can be there permanently, so yeah, while those sort of signs are up, so yeah.
Thanks.
And we have been working sort of closely with the parks team and also local laws as well to make sure that it's wherever we've chosen, it's going to work well with them as well.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I get very nervous about off-leash areas, even though Duthie Park is working a treat now. 10 years ago, it was an absolute nightmare. When I first took over that portfolio, my God, all I ever heard about was Duthie Park and all the problems. The problem was that people used to let their dog off the lead before they got to the park, knowing that they're going to be able to run around down there, so they'll let them off like a street before, and we ended up having 2 local laws people there finding people on the spot, so that stopped that.
Well, that was a bit of a heavy-hand approach. It wasn't directed from the council table, and again, it was something there. I think just a bit of education helped resolve some of those problems, and again, that's the way that we dealt with it.
Yeah, and also they were not staying in that area and going over to where the dog obedience people were trying to train their dogs, and these other dogs were running around everywhere. There's no way I'd take my dogs to one of these parks because they're not used to other dogs. I'm surprised there's not dog fights everywhere, but anyway, I've got rural dogs. We did talk about an area off the highway where the people pull up to go on that Yeppen trail. That's the way I come into Rocky nearly every day. There is a lot of tourists go down in that area, and we talked about that area or Curtis Park.
Yes,
and I would have thought that Yeppen area would have been an more ideal place as far as parking is concerned.
So we did discuss Yeppen with the local laws, and their concern was that a lot of people go to Yeppen to go for a walk. They don't necessarily go, especially sort of close, as there's no dogs allowed in Botanic Gardens. So you're potentially bringing in dogs to an area where people weren't expecting. They just wanted to go for a walk. They didn't want to be near dogs. So we would have to have a fully fenced area in that area to make it comfortable for people who just want to go for a walk and not be disturbed by a dog. And then if that's the case, when you've got a fenced area, there is quite a high velocity and flood in that zone. So we would have to look at whether it's feasible to put a fenced area with equipment in a flood zone. So it would have to probably go up a little bit higher, at least not close to the Yeppen. So that one, definitely was on our list, yes, and a lot of people identified that as a nice place for one in our last consultation, but local laws definitely had a bit of concerns with that walking path so close.
Yeah.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about a fenced area for there, certainly not an off-leash area, being so close to the gardens, if I remember. Yeah, even Curtis Park would have to be fenced since it's so close to the highway. I'm just thinking of people getting their dogs out of the car so close to the highway at Curtis Park because it's quite busy there.
Yep, that's the information centre, is it? Yep.
Yeah. So with a 12 months trial, is there a desire to then, say it doesn't work out, there's a lot of problems, is there then a desire to put money in the budget to fence those areas, still keep that park there, because I think they're really good locations throughout the whole of Rocky?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what the concerns are. If the concerns are just nuisance, barking, all that sort of stuff with the nearby neighbours, then a fence isn't going to solve that issue. So I think it's like if it's working and it's just the fence that's the issue, then that's probably something we can look at keeping or embellishing further sort of thing, or removing.
Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move The recommendation, sorry, I thought Councillor Wickerson's light was on for a question, but he's turned it
You're
off.
happy to
So
move? Yep.
I'm happy to move, and I'd like to maybe speak to the report, thank the officers. I think a lot of work has been put into...
We'll just grab a second first,
Oh,
Councillor, and we have a second to Councillor Wickerson. So move Councillor Rutherford, second to Councillor Wickerson. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, a lot of work has been put into spreading these around, making sure that they're available to all members of the community, and also to service the different size of dogs and the different needs of dogs, whether that's through agility or just open space to play. So thank the officers for the effort. Great to see it at this point that we can take it to the community now. And trial it. I think it's been something that the community have been asking for quite some time. So great to have it to the point where we can now go out there and see how it goes. We see more and more now where dogs are becoming sort of members of families, and exercising them is as important as exercising your children. Hence Duthie Park, where we fence the kids and let the dogs run free. So, it's great to see.
There's no fence for the kids there, though. It's open area as well, and
I think the playground's fenced at Duthie
No,
Park?
no, it's
Not
not.
Duthie.
And there's no interference from the groups either. They work quite well. I'm a regular user of the park and for years, and there's no problems there. So if there was anything, it's probably a toilet block that needs to go in there because it's so popular.
Yeah.
But anyway, that said, it's a great. You're right. I think the community's been asking for these to go into the area for a long time, and it's the trial's really going to allow those people that may be impacted the opportunity to have their say as well. So it's a great initiative, and one that we support. Okay, that said, I don't think there's any more questions. We might put that to the vote. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, councillors. Thanks very much, Amy. Moving on to 7.5, Rockhampton Botanic Garden Zoo Redevelopment Program. Update. Okay, Jacob. Thanks very much. We'll do the presentation. Happy to take questions as we go through it, Jacob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning, Mr Mayor and
Thanks very
councillors.
much.
There's no formal presentation. We had a whole series of attachments included as part of the report, so we're just going to step through them. So the report before you today has got 3 key matters across the Botanic Gardens and Zoo redevelopment program. So the first one is around seeking council's endorsement for a revised concept design for the playground renewal to allow it to proceed into the detailed design part of its phase. The second item is around just receiving a progress update for the Visitor Hub and Animal Operations Centre. So that's one that's proceeding in detailed design at the moment. So we received a design submission on Friday and wanted to just provide a brief update on that. The third item is something that's probably new to what we've discussed previously, and that's around the enclosure program. So what we've presented is 3 projects as part of the enclosure program that we're seeking an endorsement to proceed with preparing a design and construct tender for, as well as some initial planning to secure some proposed animal species. So happy to just step through the 3 of them. So the first item around the playground renewal. So a couple of weeks ago we had a workshop and discussed some concepts as part of that, and we collected a series of feedback. We've gone back to the appointed consultant, incorporated a lot of that feedback, and then have that revised concept presented. So as part of the attachments, there were 4 new renders that were included, as well as a layout plan and some shade diagrams. So what we're seeking from council today is endorsement of that concept so we can proceed into detailed design. And there's a whole series of detailed investigations that we still need to do as part of that project, such as the shade, working out exactly where it's going to go, a lot of work with the arboricultural assessment, so confirming locations for footings for a lot of the equipment, making sure we're not in any protection zones of the trees and whatnot, and as well just firming up some of the exact equipment that will be on it. But we've got to proceed from the concept into that detailed phase so we can do that work. The second item around the Visitor Hub and Animal...
Jacob, sorry, the councillor Latson question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through to Jacob. Thank you. Before we jump to the next item, just a quick question. The wheelchair swing thing, I've noticed it's nowhere on there. Is it being relocated or...
The disability
swing. Through the... Yep. Through the chair, yes, correct. It's been relocated, and that's why, as part of the detailed work that we're doing with the consultant, is around outlining which pieces of equipment within the broader playground are accessible for wheelchairs as well as other disabilities as well. So we want to provide a bit of a heat map on what the playground looks like, as well as where and what those specific items are. But yes, the wheelchair, the Liberty Swing currently that's there will be getting relocated. We're going to do an assessment of its condition, and then if it can be put elsewhere or has to be disposed of.
Thanks, Jacob. Councillor Mather.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Jacob. Jacob, it looks really good. I just got one question. I know we discussed quite a bit about the materials that are being used on the dingo, and that it is actually real timber. It's not the composite type material. Have we looked in regards to the whole of life cost of, because I would imagine that will have to be restained and that type of thing at some stage. Has that been, is that looking very expensive for us to maintain?
Yeah, so through the chair, we are doing that as part of the detailed work as well, and we are, so typically the consultant who we've awarded it to, they only deal with timber, so we are asking them to look at alternative products and if they can do it the same. It's just around the actual fabrication process causes some issues, but as part of the detailed assessment, we're going to do that analysis as well as provide whole of life costs, its frequency, 6 months, 12 months, whatever that is, provide all that detail.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Jacob.
Okay, thanks, Jacob.
Perfect. The second item, so the Visitor Hub and Animal Operations Centre. So this one is more just a general note. So on Friday we received the 50% design submission, and so our team at the moment, we're just commenced quite a detailed review process of a lot of the design. We've included a layout just to show council that the project is progressing in alignment with the concept that was endorsed in August last year. A similar process to the playground, we're going through quite a lot of detailed technical assessment. So the site there is quite challenging. It's constrained by both its natural environment as well as trees and the gradient and the slope that we've got there. So we're still working through quite a rigorous process with a whole lot of different options, trying to find one that best works. So we still haven't resolved a final outcome yet, so we're still working through that. And in the coming weeks, we'll come back to council with a presentation on the project itself once we've completed all of those assessments. So this one's more just to note the progress of where the project's at.
Okay, got a couple of lights. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Wickerson.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor Wickerson was before me, but thank you. Jacob, can you remind me how many toilets will be in the hub itself?
Yep.
There's some concerns. I'm trying to, in my mind, reconcile how quickly we can alleviate some of the pressures that are currently being experienced up at the gardens with regards to toilets. So can you give me some sort of time frame and amount of toilets that are going to be there, or if other things are happening in that space?
Yep, so through the chair, the toilets are part of the Visitor Hub project, which we've secured Building Better Regions funding for. So it will progress as soon as we get the design finished. So we're looking at a July period to have all the design finished and then prepare construction documents for it, and then, sorry.
How many toilets?
So in terms of toilets, from what we initially had in the concept, we've doubled the amount of toilets, so it's at 6 at the moment.
It's in the report.
So, but split with some accessed internally within the zoo and then some externally outside the zoo.
Okay.
And noting with our strategy for toilets was that as part of the zoo's redevelopment, there'd be a second set of toilets on the other side of the zoo. So we've sort of taken the approach that there's a staged approach to providing toilets there.
All right, that's good information. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Jacob. On the operations centre, I'm looking at the lower ground floor plan. I think it's drawing 20. Just a couple of questions on that. One is at the eastern side of it, I guess. There's a space there for 2 rainwater tanks in a room. That just seemed a bit extravagant for rainwater tanks. I think the area is, looking at it, about 10 by 5 square metres with 2 rainwater tanks. Can't these go outside? Like, per metre, the construction cost is quite high. Just wondering whether that space could be used for something else other than just water tanks.
Yeah, so through the chair, with this project, as part of the 50%, we've included a lot of I guess what we call sustainability initiatives as part of the project, purely on the basis that we'd rather include it, see where the project sits as a whole, and then work out if we do need to strip bits back. So we've included a lot of things in there under that basis. In terms of the tanks, because it's all coming straight from the roof, we've put them underneath there because we're constrained with a lot of space in that location. So if they did have to go somewhere else, then that means that, I guess, the real estate that we've taken up along there would have to change. So we've put them under there, and given the terrain works in our favour, we're able to put them there quite easily. So the building is actually elevated on one end, so there's no, I guess, real excavation that needs to occur for it. So we've sort of taken advantage of the natural landscape there. But yeah, that's why we're still in the middle of quite detailed assessments at the moment. So those tanks may move or may come out completely, but we want to start off with including a lot of initiatives in the project.
Yeah. No, I understand. It just seems like a bit of a waste of space given the cost of it, that's all. Second question is there's a ramp on the outside, this would be the western side, with a series of boxes. Is that wheelie bins? Is that like a refuse area?
Yeah, correct. Through the chair, that's wheelie bins. That's in there as a provisional note because we submitted a funding grant as part of the Healthy Soils state government and federal government grant for a on-site composter. So if we're successful with that, then that'll reduce the amount of wheelie bins that we'd need. So we've space-proofed it in the event we don't get that, and that's the amount of bins that are needed. But in the event we do, then we'll look to shrink that.
Okay, now that's answered the question exactly, because I was thinking we're looking at FOGO for ourselves. I imagine most of this waste would be organic, given its food preparation and whatever. Yeah. And even if it had to be bins, whether a larger scale industrial bin rather than a series of wheelie bins. But anyway, that's semantics. And the final question through you, Mr. Mayor, is given that this is the lower floor to the upper set, the only access up I could see sort of close to the building was stairs. Is there any need that something that's produced or stored downstairs needs to come upstairs in a wheelbarrow or some sort of trolley or something? And I just couldn't see any ramp or a lift or anything like that to get upstairs, and even with disability access.
Yep, no, so through the chair, on the eastern side there's a second loading dock, so the building is actually level at one side and then it's elevated on the other side. So if there was the event where trolleys or equipment had to be moved, they'd take it from one loading dock to the other, and then that's where it's got its equal access into the building. And so you have to take it from, the western loading dock. To
so they load it at the appropriate dock, depending on which level it had to go to.
Yeah, correct, yeah. So we're able to reduce the size, because loading docks are a bit of a waste of space with, it's only used in the event of deliveries or other bits and pieces. So by having two for distinct activities, we're able to make them a bit smaller for their specific purpose.
Yeah. So there's no need to have disability access between those two levels?
It gets disability access from the food preparation end and that eastern side of the admin building. You come in at ground level, and then on the other side you're elevated. So that is your disabled access. There's also a stairs there for staff if they wanted to come up from the bottom end in. So we sort of provided both routes. So there is a primary disabled access route from the eastern side, and then stairs if in the event staff wanted to use the western side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jacob, just one through, is the car parking part of the hub project?
Yep. So on the car.
If we could go to that design. Just the pathway leads to the existing car park, drops in right behind where those cars will be parked. Or is there a safety concern around that, and should it maybe go around the front of those car parks and then down to the road for the crossover? Because if we're adding more car parks, we're going to have more people, more families, prams and children. Just thinking that may not be the best drop-off point for the pathway to drop in behind those existing cars.
Yep. So to you, Mr. Mayor, the car park's gone in a similar process where we've gone through a few options.
Yep.
And with this, obviously, we've got sort of a stage one, which is this, and then a future stage where the broader site would be developed into a car park. So in the way that we've approached this is we've got the stage one layout refined, which has all of the pathways on it, and then we're trying to work out for what that stage one is and where's the best bang for buck with that. In terms of the grades, to get from, if this works, from
yeah.
this side this way.
Yeah.
It's, unfortunately, is too steep, and we can't get it to be disabled compliant. So the path actually has to come along here. So what our approach was initially, that we can put the path going into the existing car park, and these parks here are
disabled,
removed for the purposes of getting access into this new area.
Yep.
And then in the future stage, when the additional pathways are put on, then this path essentially would come back to here, and then there'll be a path going there and another one here as well. We've also left it because with the fernery still needing to be developed, we're not sure how the footpaths connect from here across into the fernery, so we don't really want to I guess, set any precedents for that just yet. So we've really looked at, I guess, a bare minimum for a footpath, and really, not looking to improve any of the existing issues for disabled access or separating pedestrians and vehicles yet. That is something we can look at doing as well, but it was just around what is the bare minimum we can do to get extra car spaces within the existing site, within the existing budget.
Yep.
But noting that it's a concept as well, so we're still looking through that as part of the broader work that we're doing.
Okay.
But that's something we can...
Definitely, yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned about that, if that's going to be an operational car park and still having that issue at the rear there, those cars coming out with pedestrians dropping in. Well, that was it for me on that one, so no more questions about the hub, Alicia?
Jacob, were you going to talk about the trees? I thought we were.
Yeah, we can do. So with the visitor hub, wanted to jump back on any of the other plans. So within the site, we've undertaken a detailed arboricultural impact assessment, and the result of that is that basically every single tree within that site has been given an ID tag, and we've had an independent arborist go out and undertake an assessment of the health and viability of that tree. The second part of that is the footprint of the site then is overlaid with it, and then the arborist comes back and we look at how the design needs to adjust to accommodate the trees there. As part of that assessment, there were some trees that the arborist identified were in poor health as a result of the cyclone and weren't growing that well and are actually posing a danger with the new use proposed as part of this, as in dropping limbs and other bits and pieces. So there are a series of trees that the arborist identified to be removed anyway. So our assessment has been looking at, of those ones, how can we maximise our building footprint with respect to that? We're still going through that, and the building footprint still changes essentially on a weekly basis where we're shifting bits and pieces around. But where we're at the moment, I can grab. I think it'll be... Yeah, that one does show. So essentially you can see little circles and then the big circles. The bigger circles are what's called the tree protection zone. So each tree has its own unique tree protection zone that's calculated based on its diameter and a few other bits and pieces. So the arborist has provided all of that, and in our design we've overlaid a lot of that information, and as part of preserving the health of these trees, basically no works can be within 10% of that zone, or there's some special considerations around what actually it is. So is it something that water can still penetrate through? So say concrete, no go, but something like a deck could be, because water can still permeate through into the tree roots. So we've done a bit of work with overlaying that and revising a lot of options where buildings are in different spots and moved around a little bit. But in terms of the trees specifically, we have got a preliminary plan that shows the exact ones to be removed. So of the 172 that are located in that spot, we're talking about the potential removal of about 17 that are in poor to average health anyway. So with that, we're getting an independent arborist to also come in and just verify a lot of the information that we were given, just to make sure that, I guess, what we've been given is correct. It's a similar approach we're doing with the playground and site. We get one report and get an independent report as well. And of those trees to be removed, I know that we're trying to retain the look and feel of the site. So that 17, whilst it may sound like a lot, some are, it's something about 1.5 metres high. So there are a lot of smaller trees. The larger ones that were proposed are ones that were noted in poor health by the arborist report. So it's been something we're still ongoing with. It's not final by any means, so we're still working through that assessment process. And there's probably a comment around shade as well. So a lot of those trees provide a lot of shade. So with the Built Form 1 plan that was in there was around the roof line. I think if you jump one more, maybe two more, was around. So you can essentially see it's a one roof all the way across. So most of the built infrastructure that we got is under a roof, so it does provide shade. So we wanted to make sure that at least if a tree or some had to be removed, that there still would be shade provided through a built infrastructure form. It's also worth noting that we're still going through the landscaping design. So whilst we're talking about trees to be removed, there are a lot of works that are being proposed as part of it to reinstate a lot of new trees as well as ones of significance. So, for example, the existing footpath that's along there has the kauri pines, and there's an opportunity for some significant plantings in between the two. So a lot of them are being explored as part of this current design phase that we're in.
Thanks, Jacob. Councillor Rutherford, Lisa, did you? Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to. Is it yourself or Aaron that's going to talk on the enclosure program? I just don't want us to. We've also got that piece of the report to talk about.
Okay,
yep.
Councillor Rutherford.
Just with the trees, it'd be great to have a list. There's a difference between a shrub and a tree, and when you talk about the Avenue of Kauri Pines, if it's 17 of them, then we've got a big issue, and I understand that that's not the case. So it would be good just to know, which trees, species, and which shrubs. I'm guessing that area is covered by the Heritage Protection Act as well, so it has a layer of protection over it to a degree anyway. But just for our knowledge, it'd be nice to know, to break it up into, trees versus shrubs and which ones those are.
Yep. So through the chair, we've got quite a big Excel spreadsheet with all that information, so we can provide that, and it is all subject to heritage approval. So that's why there's been a bit of back and forth with some of the layouts to make sure that, like the kauris, for example, we have to be well away from them, but some of the other lower value or smaller shrubs are able to be removed. So just working with that.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I was just going to jump back to the visitor hub again. Jacob, just behind the entry plaza, there's a multi-purpose room. By its nature, it's going to be used for a few things, but is that where we might have a gift shop or some sort of interpretation area like we used to have with the old centre?
Yeah.
Just so people can get their bearings. And also, I refresh my memory, is that, will visitors come back through that same, is that an entry and exit, or can they escape through other gates in the zoo? Have they got to double back to that? Because that's normally where you catch them to buy your merchandise and drinks and whatever. Yep.
If we could just jump back probably 2 plans. So with that, we've, sorry, one more. We've tried to future-proof it as best we can. So you can have it as an exit only. So with the building itself, so this is the entrance, which would be something like the turnstiles you see commonly at any zoo or amusement park. So that provides your access in, but as well from the existing footpath down. The way that we've got the multi-purpose room is that the doors are similar to what's at the Rockhampton Museum of Art in the program rooms, where the doors you can push wide open. So you could have a direct access through, and we've allowed for doors here as well. So we haven't said that is the form of access, but future-proofed it for, in the future event that it did become a gift shop, or part of it became a gift shop, or however it looked, that access isn't compromised.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. We move on to no more around that stage. We might move on to the enclosures.
Perfect. And so the last item on there around the enclosures. So with the enclosures, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg situation. So in order to know what we're scoping for the enclosure program, there had to be a initial decision on what is the animal species that would go into that enclosure, because they're all quite different and have different standards and legislation that apply. So working with the zoo curator director, Liz has done a lot of work in looking at the enclosures and then providing a recommendation for a new animal species to go into these particular new enclosures. And then so we've taken that and then started to scope up a preliminary design and constructs tender document. So what we're looking from council today in terms of the endorsement is both twofold for Liz to then look at what the timings are to procure some of these animal species, because some have a long lead time, and it's you don't want to have an empty enclosure that's all built ready to go if there's no animal to go into it. So there's a bit of planning that has to be done, as well as scoping and releasing a design and construct tender so we know how much it's going to cost and can work within the existing budget. So there'll be a second discussion for endorsement back with council after the D&C tender process to present, here's the outcome of it, and potentially discuss a prioritisation within the existing budget that's there and what its total cost comes out to be. So there's 3 projects as part of it. There's the Dome Avery refurbishment, there's the previous macaque and current otter, as well as the wedge-tail eagle and macaw enclosures.
Just before we go there, sorry,
Yep.
Jacob,
you're right.
back to the car park one, there's just one final question. With the entrance coming in off Ward Street, would there need to be a gate there for the closure of the...
Yep, so there was, on the layout, there was a gate essentially where we were proposing to take out the 4 car parks. That's where the gate had come across. So
that car park would be still closed
Yeah.
off for the night time? Yeah,
Yeah.
righto.
So it's
okay.
quite a...
And still leave the bowls club to have their functions overnight?
Yeah. So the existing gate is sitting here, so
Yeah.
and then it connects up there. So again, thinking what's the, I guess, best bang for buck is it's quite a simple construction just to put in a little gate there.
Okay.
Connects in with the existing and yeah,
Right,
allows
no
the bowls club to have after hours access. Because if we put the gate here, then it makes it difficult if they want after hours access or after hours from the Botanic
Council
Gardens
one.
perspective. So.
Righto, no worries, it's all covered, thank you. Now, go to questions on the enclosures. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So it's exciting to see that there are options with animals and the types of animals that have been chosen. I also noted in there that there's a little bit of time pressure on procuring some of those animals, given that the babies are being born and we've got to take them at this point in time and the enclosure's got to be ready, and that it feels a little bit of pressure in from where we're sitting, is that, well, we don't want to miss out, a little bit of FOMO there. I just do want to know about the whole of life costs with these animals and in the variances in the types of animals that we're going to be procuring, and whether there would be with specific species of animals, whether we're then needing to engage specialists to come and be a part of our team to maintain and look after those animals, because whole of life costs for this facility is, and certainly in the position we're in right now, is something that we absolutely need to be building into the cost projections for these before we can make an informed decision around that moving forward. That's a really big concern of mine. The second thing in regards to the moving of the animals during the actual building, the construction phase, we're talking about needing to permanently relocate some of those birds, the macaws and the eagles. That makes sense and that's great, and I think that's a great option. I did want to ask around, well, if there's a concern about the birds and the noise there, what of the primary attraction that we have at our zoo, which is our chimps, of course, and is there going to be a concern around their safety during construction, if that's also a concern for those birds? They're not too far removed from that. So I do have some questions around that.
Councillor Rutherford, Chair.
Mr Mayor, if I could answer maybe as best I can to those. The chimps, Liz certainly believes that the chimps will handle. They're quite used to loud noises and lots of activity going around them. So, there's not a major concern there at all. your questions are very valid, and whole-of-life costs certainly we will need to bring back. But I would like to remind the table that these are not necessarily additional exhibits. These are replacement exhibits. The Dome Avery was an exhibit. It's a replacement for what we had lost from there. The same with the macaques, replacing the macaques. So we're not looking to expand the zoo as in the number of exhibits or anything like that. It's a replacement of things that we already had. And along the lines, Liz has already done the sums according to the skill set that the staff have, the budget they have to work within, and the ability to be able to work with those exhibits, plus what those exhibits add to the zoo as to whether they're an endangered species, and the program, breeding program, what that adds, and also, which of course is in this report, but also the ability to have encounters, or what it can add to bringing in revenue for the zoo. So a lot of that work has already been done, and certainly we can present more of that along the way as we get down this. But it's like that circular argument, where do you start? Because there are so many pieces that need to link together and to get the timing right, that this was the best place we could start for now. That one other point I would like to make, Mr. Mayor, is I think the council table had given some indication that really the Aviary should be maybe the first point of call for refurbishment and a new exhibit there. That may not necessarily fall into how things need to happen on the redevelopment, and I think that's what Jacob was trying to get at, in that because of the construction work and because of how or when we can get these animals, the timing may be different, and the Aviary may not be the first cab off the rank. So if we could be fairly flexible as to how this happens, that would be a good thing as well. So,
Councillor Kirkland. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just answer back to that. Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford, I am not here to be a wet blanket or to dampen what is a really exciting option for us. This is a premium facility that we have. It's a tourist attraction, and will continue to be such. I think for us moving forward, responsible wise, is to make sure that it is generating a revenue that actually pays for the ongoing maintenance of these facilities, and those experiences that can be, the experiences that we've already got happening with the meerkats, and certainly with these proposed future new additions, they would be great, and they'll go a long way to that. But again, once we get this facility to that standard, there is an opportunity for the facility to continue to grow and be autonomous to a degree in the maintenance of the animals. And I just want to make sure that we have got our head around what those costings are going to be, so we know what we're signing up for.
Yeah, no, that prudent questions, and one that I had as well is if we endorse this one, and I spoke to, after reading the report, about some of the budget, whether there was enough money in the budget to be able to deliver on some of these things. So I'm confident though, Alicia, that...
Yeah, I guess, councillors, in that regard, we've got, if you can cast your mind back to our actual redevelopment plan, there was, I don't know how many millions worth of works, and our plan in terms of budget was to chip it away over a 10-year period. Now, the timing and dependent of things would depend on how much money we attract from grant funding, the actual final design costs. So this step 3 is really about actually gauging a measure for the design, and that is needed to see how much it's cost, and then we will come back with an actual plan for how we manage that within its budget envelope. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Alicia. Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. It's good to see that Liz has considered something that's endangered to go into that the dome. I guess my question was, had she considered, or was it considered koalas, given that they are endangered now? Obviously there's $50 million from the federal being put into that program. Would that be something that we could have tapped into? I'm not sure it could go in the dome, but maybe it could. I know when you go and see the koalas, you can't really see them, they're up in a tree, but the dome lends itself to being closer to them and seeing them more at eye level rather than from the ground looking up. That's my first bit, was that one. But the other one was the ring-tailed eagle. Is it just going to be just that one bird in this big aviary that's going to be made up, or is it, I guess, is it best bang for buck? Are we better off to donate it back to some other zoo and make better use?
Councillor Rutherford might be able to answer that question.
Or
not?
I'm very biased, Mr. Mayor. Valkyrie is really a spectacular animal for us to have. She needs to be able to move. She's a huge animal.
I agree.
But I also, now please correct me, I also believe that they are fairly solitary animals. So it may not be that, you would ever house a number of them together. So I
guess it gets back to the best bang for buck for that area. Taking premium amount of land. It's a prime spot.
No, Valkyrie's, the idea is that Valkyrie will move down into the Australian native section, so there are 3 smaller enclosures there which are of no real value to us at the moment. There are some issues with a fungus in one of them that affects what animals can be put in it anyway. It wouldn't affect Valkyrie, so it really is about making good use of a section of land that already has 3 old rundown enclosures.
So those cages will be removed and a new one put in?
Yes, yep. So where Valkyrie is now would be the macaws enclosure. So the macaws would move from there into, which is what that enclosure was really built for in the first place.
Okay, no, thank you for explaining it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Probably just more commentary. I was pleased to see that we were looking at the structure of the mesh and the pipe work and whatever for the dome aviary. Now it's old, like it was there before I started the park, so it's either heritage listed or certainly getting near to its end of life. So I just have concerns that, given that it's always wet with irrigation, that I expect that we probably will find some structural, or at least the mesh needs to be done, and fairly specialised work to be done. But just to argue that we should still pursue that. This is an iconic part of the Botanic Gardens and Zoo that everyone identifies. I was lucky enough to chat to a very old man now that was part of the team that built that. I think it was Rotary that sponsored it, and might have even been in Rex Pilbeam's time where they went door to door to raise money for it, and Tom White was involved in it. So it is special in its own right, but also the history of how it came to be. So I'm not arguing that at any cost, because I think it may be quite expensive, but we certainly need to pursue everything to restore that back, or whatever we need to do, because it's just such an important part of that facility. The second part is, and apologies to Alicia, because this will probably be getting into operational sort of level stuff, but given the story or the history of the macaques, when we had to euthanise one of those, I see we're getting 2 gibbons for the same enclosure, I think. And there was some commentary about the timeliness of getting those, because that was that window of getting them. But are we going to pursue more than 2? Otherwise, won't we find ourselves in the same position in due course?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, they're a male, female.
Oh, breeding pair? Okay,
a breeding pair, and they're endangered, so it's important that we do
Okay, well,
breed them.
that's good. Yeah, so we may end up with, like the chimpanzees, we might end up with a colony.
We hope to have a family, yes, but they're
good record.
very limited. There's only 20, I think, in Australia, so limited in terms of what you can get hold of. And
so if we miss out on these, I think I've read there may be a long wait.
Yeah, if we miss out on these particular ones, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They are extremely endangered, and very few of them. So, we would be very lucky to have them and to be able to contribute to a species that endangered would be a very special outcome for our zoo. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add, and I don't know, Aaron or Jacob could, the initial investigations on the Avery are actually quite good. So it's held up after all this time fairly well. So there's still more investigations to be done, but the initial reports are quite good. There'll be some vegetation that needs to be removed from inside because it's pushing through the wires, but apart from that, it's held up quite well.
Okay, Jacob, have you got any more on that?
No.
That's all good. So,
Unless
you able to put a tiger in there, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's, if you would like a tiger and we can have the money, we'll give you a tiger.
Sorry, through the chair, just a couple of comments, and in relation to some commentary from council. I think in terms of the capital, what we're seeking to do is get a market estimate on what these upgrades and what these renewals will cost. So previously, we probably not scoped them as accurately as what we would like, so then we can, prioritise accordingly. So rather than, doing the thumb suck and thinking something's going to cost X amount, we'll get a far more accurate cost estimate. And I think just to your point, Councillor Kirkland, just around the design and the ongoing costs, we are designing enclosures that are safer and more efficient for the staff. So some of the old enclosures aren't exactly the best to work in. So particularly in terms of safety. Also from our facilities maintenance side, there's roofs that catch leaves, even the dome Avery itself, the way it's built, the skin catches leaves where the skeleton, where the skin's attached to the skeleton, if that makes sense. So we're trying to make some smarter decisions around that, which may then, not to say they're savings, but they will be, more neutral than better to maintain, easier to maintain. So also on top of that is the viewing side of things. They'll be more attractive, they'll be more accessible and greater customer satisfaction as well. So certainly trying to look at it from a few different angles.
And that was the other thought about the new hub. If there's those trees there, the leaf litter onto the top of that, is that being considered in that design about trying to reduce the maintenance of having to get up there and clear the gutters out? Correct.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. And to your point with the water tanks, Councillor Wixon, is it more efficient for us to have a building without gutters that we don't catch water for the amount of water that we might save? It might actually be that the cleaning cost of that roof, is excessive. So it may be that there's some choices there that we may value add sustainability options, but it may be that there's there's an operational saving through some of that as well.
Especially with risk and having to get up on roof and things like that at heights, there may be an added cost there that we may not need to incur. Okay, that looks like enough questions from that end. Just one last one, the Black Summer bushfire grant, has that been included in that, or is that something that at $500,000 that we've been granted, has that being considered about where that goes or what's happening in that space?
Yeah, I can talk to that.
I'm just saying it would be a shame if we spent it on some part of the facility that was going to be removed or we upgraded.
No, we're absolutely planning in conjunction with these projects to make sure we're not redoing something, and some of the Black Saturday funding actually supports the redevelopment more than conflicts with it. So, but it is largely in the existing zoo, if we want to call it that. But yeah, we're trying to make sure that there's some synergy and some harmony between the two projects. So, and it is a coordinated approach between the zoo team, Jacob and Andrew Collins and that team, and also the facilities team as well. So we're just all working together and making sure we're not we're not conflicting.
Yeah, no, that's good. Okay, glad to hear that. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to move?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, move Councillor Rutherford. We have a seconder. Councillor Mather. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to Mount Morgan Pool redevelopment, and Andrew online to talk us through that one, is it?
Andrew is online, so I guess we thought it prudent, councillors, to put this report up. Just looking for my recommendation here. So there have been some discussions around the project, or the Mount Morgan Pool project, in light of the water shortages in Mount Morgan. So there's a couple of things that we wanted to tick off. We have sort of discussed with the grant provider the opportunities for, one, limiting council's investment into that, and two, scope changes within the pool itself, which all were very met with, I'm thinking of a diplomatic, so they sort of more or less said that any scope changes will need to go back, and should there be a substantial change, then we will put at risk the grant that has been received. So we've put the submission based upon our investment, based on this project that will be delivered. So it's recommended that we continue to proceed with the project. This pool still needs replacement, and the proposal is for the timing then to basically not have a Mount Morgan pool for the next summer. Now, Andrew, you might correct me if I'm wrong here, but the discussions that we talked about with the grant provider again were really about whether or not we can limp it along for another summer and then knock it out and do the works quite intensively. And again, that was met with some reluctance from the funding provider, because we had, because the timing then, if we were to delay it further, would sort of mean that we should have submitted in the next round of funding and not this round. So they want to see the works actioned, things built and ribbons cut. And so they're keen to see us honour the original grant timing, which is what we've put forward. Did you want to add anything to that, Andrew?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, we had discussions with them, obviously in relation to the number 7 dam and its current condition for recreational use, and then what pressure that taking the pool offline early would do to the community. They indicated, obviously, if they had known that, they would have reconsidered us being approved for this grant. The requirement of the grant is that we do start within 6 months of the assigned funding agreement. So our intent now would be to develop a design and construct contract, and sorry, Councillor, the feedback. So develop a design and construct contract based on a performance specification and some concept plans that we would get developed over the next few months, and then be in the position to award a contract for the construction somewhere in September, October this year.
Sorry, I might just interject. You're cutting out a bit there, Andrew. So I think we got it that we'll go to a design and construct. So when we've got that concept design and specifications, the proposal was then we talk to the Mount Morgan community and undertake some level of engagement around that. At this stage, that's open to, I guess, some discussion and feedback from council. But happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Just first one though, there's a second round coming through from this fund. Are we able to reapply to look at, if we can't move money from the initial one, are we able to reapply to see if there's a subsequent grant allocation to this project? Maybe allowing council to look at its own funding in other areas, or is that linked to the grant? But anyway, that thought, if we're going in there and there's another round, is it possible that we look to get bigger bang for the buck and do something bigger?
I guess it comes back to their advice to us, is that the original approval was based upon us having skin in the game and having that 2.5 million in terms of our costs. So if we were to subsequently come back in the third round, we would, or the second round, and I'm looking at you, Angus, for further He's not even listening. Angus, are you listening? Why don't I have your full attention now? So we're just talking about whether or not there's this second round of the resource community grant. If we were to go in again and ask for that matching funding, we would still put at risk that first approval, wouldn't we?
Okay, no, fine.
Yeah.
That probably answers that. I think we need to look at another project there in Mount Morgan, and if there's a second round coming up and something that could help
Yeah,
council
and
going
Anne
forward.
is looking at that, especially with some of the infrastructure requirements.
Yeah, no, that's
up
all right.
there.
Okay. Go to questions. Councillor Latcham, Kirkland, Rutherford and Mathers.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. 3 years through to Alicia. With this grant, are we required to rebuild it in that exact spot, or can it be, which I've suggested before, next to the School of Arts, you can easily put a 25-metre pool and aquatic centre, and it'd be, from an operational point of view, it would be easier to maintain, and it would allow greater access from both schools to use those, use the facility that's closer to them, but does it have to go back in the same spot?
I guess the preference from an officer level is that it does go back into the same spot. It fits within that precinct, and it's sort of the proximity to the school already is quite close. So there would be no reason to move it.
Okay, other than it's closer to the schools, it's not, even, especially during summer, I can't see the kids walking down to the pool.
We don't have the space nor the land.
Right next to the School of Arts, there's a big chunk of land, 60 by 30 metres.
Yeah, I don't think
Not
the
big.
council support there for, I think there's a hole in the ground and you make advantage of a hole that's already dug rather than...
But you could still demolish the old one with the money, but you just relocate it. And I guess when you're talking about closing it down and there's 12-month lag, you could still use the existing until while the other one got built. So there's a few reasons for it, but that's up to you guys.
Happy to take councillors' feedback. Do you want to move
Councillors,
it?
do you want to move the pool to another location?
No.
You want to put a motion up, councillor, you could take that chance. Yep. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Coming from a very similar town structure as Mount Morgan, and certainly understanding my own history, that the importance of this facility and the whole centre of children in the community having ongoing access to a facility like this is important. That being said, I have a couple of things here that I've written down that are concerns about the project itself, but I'm keen to hear what the community of Rockhampton, community of Mount Morgan, if they feel that this is something that's a priority to them, or if they're more of a majority saying, no, we actually don't use it that much. I mean, we've got some statistics on that. So I'll be keen to see, once it gets to that point, what the community actually is saying. I'm also, sometimes we get these grants because they are all different buckets of money, and we get the grant and then we have to have that commitment. Sometimes it might be that we've just got to not take on a grant because there are other priorities where we need to be putting our money towards, and this is something that we might need to come back to in a couple of years when things have changed. There's a few questions around it and whether or not we need to be in that space right now. Also, I'm concerned about the actual P90 of the entire project and whether, we're probably not at that stage yet where we can totally, but it is a very ambitious project by the look of it, with some fabulous things changing and demolishing of things, and not setting aside the fact that the grandstands that are there and other things may have heritage interest.
No.
And whether or not we're going to start getting into a space where people are wanting to preserve things and monument things, etc. And I am concerned as to whether we're going to start at point A, at costings, and it's going to blow out and blow out. So bearing in mind our current position, and certainly where we're at with water and other priorities and equitable distribution of monies across the region, I have a few reservations about whether this is whether we need to be going down this.
Again, probably put a motion to the table, councillor, and see whether you get support if we don't want to do it. That'll be the thing. Before we start to invest in our officers' time to do something, you've got to make a call.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're saying. Well, I'd suggest you put a motion to the table happy to...
That's a bit scary.
Well, councillors, to be fair...
Well, it's not. You're just making a comment.
This is exactly the reason why I've got this now. Like, we're about to fund it, like, execute the funding agreement. If it does not have council support because of the host of other issues that we're facing up there, let's flesh this out now, because this is the reason I've put this report again to council.
I say it's scary because I want to make sure that that we're not, when I first started speaking, I spoke about the importance of these facilities to the community and the functionality of the community. It was a lifeblood for when I grew up. Everybody went to everything that happened at the pool, but I don't know if that's happening at Mount Morgan and if it's that important to the Mount Morgan community. I don't want to deny them the privilege of having such an important facility if that's what they need, but at the same time, we are looking at very, very serious budgetary constraints at the moment, and we really need to be sensible. Do we just react to an allocation of a grant that commits us to then having to put in our portion, and we really can't afford to do it?
Well, council put the money up first before the grant. We'd made that commitment to the community that we were going to do the pool.
But it was also before we knew about the federal assistance grants too.
Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Mathers.
Mr. Mayor, it's so hard to talk to the need of this in the community, and certainly understand that the stats, the numbers don't support how valuable this is to the community, but the ability to have a facility where people learn a life skill like swimming, particularly when they have access to a dam on most occasions. I just think it is so important. I think there are a whole pile of reasons why the stats aren't there to support the usage of the pool, and a lot of that has to do with how it's been operated. So I think there's a whole other discussion around that. I believe this facility is vitally important to the Mount Morgan community. My questions, however, are the consultation, and my concern that the consultation or what we're planning is in the wrong order. The Mount Morgan community talk about the fact that their heritage is their key tourist attraction. It would be like our Quay Street is to us, and changing the vibe of Quay Street through knocking down buildings or whatever else. So they are very, very attached to the grandstand. They're even attached to the length of that pool, which I believe is quite unique in its actual dimensions. And we haven't actually had any discussions with them about this project. So I would prefer that we go to them first and talk to them about what's important to them. And if there are some things that we can't do, that we explain that to them before we go to a design and construct, and then say, we've already done this, this is our proposal, do you like it or don't you? Go talk to them before we do that, and then do the design and construct from there.
The thinking was we need a solid concept plan first, councillor. So concept first, community consultation, and then the design and construct aspect. At this stage, we've got some boxes on a page, and there's a lot sort of more that needs to be developed before we can actually go to the community. Do you know what I mean?
My fear is that we are doing something very different from what the community actually want. Again, we've put this, we've done the legwork, we've been through sort of this grant application and this process. I think this is the third time I've had this at the table. So if we're also changing the plans for that site, we also put at risk the grant money. So again, I want to hear some council direction.
Yep,
correct.
We need to move on. Councillor Rutherford or Peter, did you want to make a comment, or are you just listening?
I don't think there's a coincidence that you turned up.
We are at real risk, obviously. We haven't entered into this agreement yet, so there's nothing signed. we can hand it back, as you're talking about. And my concern is that we've got a very strict deadline for this grant and completion. So I accept about the consultation and what you were just raising, Councillor Rutherford, but it does feel like we are being rushed with this grant. So I just don't want to get us to a point where we're committing to a project and I can't deliver it in line with the grant funding requirements. So I think we need a little bit more information and another discussion about it, because I'm just nervous. We've got a P90 estimate, if my memory serves very right, on this project.
I don't believe so. Andrew, did you want to comment on that?
No, Peter, the estimate's based on my historical delivery of all the pool and water projects that I've done for council. So it's the assumptions are made on there, but we would obviously get a P90 done as part of the design development.
Yeah, okay.
And the other option would be to not take the grant and do what we could with the 2 million that we have in the budget. If the community want to leave it the way it is, grandstands and the like, do we just put in a bladder or something and hand back the grant funding?
And Mr Mayor, I guess that's the point I'm trying to say. We never actually went to them and asked them. We haven't discussed it with them at all. And I can pretty much guarantee that if we go ahead the way we're going, the backlash from that community will be quite strong.
Well, we need to make a decision because we've got timelines, as Peter's saying, that are going to be there. So we either accept the grant or we don't do the grant and just do what we've got with the 2 million and then go to public consultation what we spend the 2 million on. Whether that's going to deliver us anything that's going to be,
I'm not sure
putting a band-aid on it.
Your 2 million won't do anything.
No.
So you either, to me, build a new pool,
or you don't.
Or don't build a new pool.
The previous estimate just related to the plant room and the pipe work, but didn't actually fix any of the leakage issues.
We could do a lot with the $2 million in the budget that we've got in there. If we don't do it, that's the other option. So councillors, we'll go to Councillor Mather.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Well, I've got some major concerns with this project. I just want to start by saying this is not about whether Mount Morgan deserve a pool or don't deserve a pool or how important it is, because it certainly is important that that community has a pool, but they already have a pool. My concern is that when this all started, we didn't know half the issues that we had in regards to the fags, in regards to we didn't know that we were going to be staring down the barrel of maybe another 1 or 2 years of possibly $4 million a year cutting water up to Mount Morgan. I struggled as a new councillor when we put this forward to try to get the funding, because I think I made comments around the table that I was the only person I thought it was crazy, because there's no way in the world we'd get the funding, because there's no way in the world that the government would give us money to build a pool at a drought-declared centre or location. And yet here we are, we got the funding. Just fiscal responsibility, I don't see how we can possibly look at spending $2 million of ratepayers' money, whether we have money coming from state government to spend it to build a pool when there is drought up there and they don't have water. You know, we're chasing $3.5 million just to do a business case study to put a water pipeline up there. And we're talking about spending $2 million of ratepayers' money to build an aquatic centre when we don't have water to fill it. I'm sorry, it makes no sense to me whatsoever, and I'm finding it very difficult to support.
Fair point. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I've always been fairly concerned about the total cost of this and probably share a lot of the concerns, and certainly we talked about it before we knew our financial situation. The only time I was sort of keen on it, I know some of the smaller schools have their swimming carnivals up there. Boulder Camp, for instance, I don't know whether they still do. I don't know whether Wowan goes to Mount Morgan or Billawheeler. I've certainly been to swimming carnivals there and watched kids. That's a fair while ago now. But I was sort of questioning whether we needed a water park there as well. And I know the demolition of the squash centre is adding to the cost as well. But I just wondered, do we ever get a report on if we can actually repair that leak and how much that was going to cost? Because at the moment that is the problem.
Repair it.
Peter might be able to answer that one.
The reports into the pool say it can't be repaired. It's at end of life. So that's why the decision was made to then seek grant funds.
It's 100 years old. A bit like everything in Mount Morgan, very old and needs a lot of money.
And if we're talking about consulting with the community in line with what's being talked about here, I do think we would have to use our own funds to do that consultation. Because if we start this process of design development, which is getting a concept or two to go to the community, we've had to accept the grant. And if we go to the community and they don't like a new pool, or don't want a new pool, we're trapped. We've just accepted a grant. So if we want to go out and engage with the community about what Mount Morgan wants, we should do that with our own funds, not with the grant funds.
Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, can I just clarify? I'm not saying whether the community wants or doesn't want a pool or to fix the pool. I believe that's definitely the case. I think what the community is saying, that please don't take their heritage away by demolishing a grandstand and a pool and replacing it with something that is modern and contemporary. It doesn't fit with the Mount Morgan theme. It doesn't fit at all. You know, certainly replace it, but have respect to their heritage. That's what they're asking for.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that from the table though now, Councillor, that's the thing. Councillor Fisher, and then I'll go to...
sorry, can I just say, when I talk about consultation, we have public meetings with the Mount Morgan community, you know, whenever we want to talk to them about something. That's the type of consultation I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything expensive or, overly time-consuming. It is, we need to go and talk to them about the water pipeline anyway, so why could we not talk to them about the pool at the same time?
I've got no issue with that. It's just I don't want it linked to the danger is that
you link it to the project.
If you don't want to touch those structures, then we've got to go to a different site, potentially.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this has been troubling me for quite some time. It's not just the Mount Morgan community, but the whole of the Rockhampton regional community. We've gone to them and say of the cost of providing water to Mount Morgan. Then we're going to say, well, we're going to actually build a brand new swimming pool with a water play area and all of that at this particular time. I think that just does not sound responsible to the greater community. As much as I would love to see a pool this quality, I just think the timing's wrong. It's sending a wrong message to all of the Rockhampton region. And I totally agree with Councillor Rutherford. The heritage part of that pool is what actually makes it's almost a sort of this romantic type old school pool, swimming pool complex, and I think that we're just not quite. The timing's wrong. I believe that Mr Mayor, you could almost go and talk if you were able to talk to the ministers. I think they would even understand the position that we're in at the moment, and that while we would like to provide a new swimming pool to the people of Mount Morgan, we've also got these other difficulties. I would like to sort of think that we don't look. I can't support as today, but I would like to be able to find a way forward. But we've also got to do it with a responsibility as to in this time of need for water for that community, and the need to find the funding there for the business case for the pipeline. This is just not sending the right message. So, look, as it is at the moment, I would be voting against this today, but I'd like to come up with a better solution. But to be railroaded, and it almost looks like they're putting pressure on our officers.
Yeah, we need to look at an alternate motion, Councillor Fisher. I think that's the direction that you're saying. So, Councillor Mathers?
Kirkland?
No, sorry, Kirkland.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Okay, I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to propose a motion today that we actually turn down the opportunity for the grant. And I'd also like to add into that that we reallocate that $2 million that we have previously allocated for the construction and design of the Mount Morgan Pool to another part of our budget. Just reallocate it. Not quite sure of the wording. I'd appreciate some help with wording around that.
Whilst the CEO and Linda are getting the wording for that motion, are you prepared to accept that the pool is closed?
I think that we have to accept that. I'd like to stress that this is something that, and certainly for anybody who's reviewing today's discussions, that this is not saying they don't need a pool. This is saying we need to put it on hold right now and we need to revisit this down the track, but not now, not today, not in this budget.
Wording, Councillor.
Yes, that council does not proceed with the funding agreement. Does there need to be anything else? And then also that we would reallocate the, what is the exact amount? Just neat to 2 million? I thought it was 2 point something, but that we reallocate previously allocated funds for this project back into the budget. Yeah, so how do we word that? Just reallocate it, or that we pull it back, or
so
reconsider it, or?
The discussion is whether you want to defer that out for future years to have as a matching funds, or whether you remove that project altogether. So what I'm hearing is you remove that project so that we'll, in the future stage, or at a future time, we will look for 100% funding for replacement of the facility.
Yes. Yeah. No. Altogether. Let the project be removed from the budget.
Yep. You need to talk to the community.
Sorry, Councillor, we'll have to work through those pieces. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Fisher. I was just saying whether or not we need to incorporate the closure of the pool, but that can come back at a subsequent report in terms of, I'm concerned about the ongoing costs of operations in the environment that it is, and we've talked about leakage at the pool, so I can bring a subsequent report to deal with the pool.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. Sorry, can I just say that I'd certainly like to see a report on that, because I'm sorry, okay.
So can I just check, one, Councillor Kirkland, that's your intent, and two, Councillor Fisher, can you see what's on screen at your end? Oh, Linda is just sharing now, I believe.
We're putting that up the thing. Councillor Kirkland, that captures the intent?
I believe that does. Thank you, Mr Mayor, yes.
So you're happy to move or seek a seconder?
Happy to move it. Don't leave me hanging.
Seconded, Councillor Latcham. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Kirkland?
I think there's been a lot of conversation around it prior to the moving of the motion, and there's certainly a sentiment across the table of lots of reservations about the project. Certainly, what Peter Cofford has added in with feeling the pressure of that, and even in his own capacity wondering on our ability to deliver the project within within the constraints of the requirements of the grant. So with all of
If
that,
below.
just clarify that.
Peter?
Project as proposed today, I don't have any concern about delivering. So that's the
Just with consultation and all the other.
no, the questioning that is going on. Okay,
Yeah.
so if the decision today was as per the report, we would have signed the agreement and commenced work,
Yeah.
and we would have met the timeline.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for that clarification. So with that in mind, I think, but also with the conversation that's come from the table and where we are financially, I don't like having to do it, but I believe this is the best fiscal move, and it's our responsibility to be mindful of that. So, happy with the wording and
Thanks,
looking for your support, David.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Speakers against the motion? Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, I just see this as so unfair. You know, the previous mayor used to have a saying that you can walk and chew chewing gum at the same time. You know, that's what we do. That's what councils are about, and we often deliver projects. You know, they take time to deliver, they take time to get money. We were lucky to get money for this. We don't always get money for these types of projects. We deliver projects all over the region at different times that are not necessarily convenient or work well. We could have pouring rain next week and that dam would be full. What excuse would we say then about, you know, delivering it during a time when Mount Morgan has no water in the dam? That's just an excuse. Where this community have very, very limited activities to do. It's an ageing community who use that pool for their health, for rehabilitation. You have young children that need to be able to learn to swim. They don't have, a lot of them do not have access to come down. Public transport is limited to come down. You know, they just do not have the same access to facilities or anything else that the rest of our region have. The one thing that they have here that services that entire community, we are taking away from them. And let's be clear about that, because we can't keep running this pool the way it is. So we are taking a pool, we are taking a facility away from this community. We are kicking them while they're down. And I think that is completely unfair given what we have supported in this region over the last few years.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Another speaker for the motion. Councillor Fisher?
Can I ask, in the wording of that motion, it's just got project as the proposed new pool swimming complex. In that wording, would Councillor Kirkland accept that?
If it feels it's, yeah.
Yeah, if you need to, then what were the words again, Councillor Fisher?
The proposed new swimming complex.
You removed from the budget, so you just want an amendment to the motion?
Just to the wording.
Are you happy as the mover to support that? Yep.
Happy for that.
And the seconder? Yep. Councillor, we still need a speaker for the motion.
Okay.
We've had a speaker against, another one for. Is there another speaker? Yeah, yeah.
Can I close?
You know, I'd like to speak against, but I can't, I forgot. No.
May I have the opportunity to
Yeah,
close?
to wrap up, Councillor.
Thank you. I think that where my decision in this has come back completely just disassociating with the feelings and everything around it is that we have major critical infrastructure that is also in our future budgeting And we need to be able to provide those critical infrastructure to our community as well, and without burdening the extra financial constraints and potential blowouts and whatever else may or may not happen with this particular project. The pipeline, the water pipeline, Mr. Mayor, is something that we are really pushing, and the carting of the water and getting funding for the carting of the water. I think this would absolutely add to your argument when lobbying with our state members as to how hard they're not helping us with this pipeline, and the funding of the pipeline is being it's literally cruel on our community. But because of where we are at, and because of them not helping us with this funding, this is pushing us into a position where we're actually needing to consider such a thing as to close a community pool. It is outrageous, but it is where we are financially and fiscally. This is our responsibility to deliver to our community an equitable distribution of our woes. So I would like to seek the support of the table. I know that this is an emotional decision today, but it does definitely speak to our state departments of the positions that they're putting us in, the decisions they're forcing us to make by not coming forth and assisting us in the funding of the trucking of the water, and hopefully down the future looking at this final sustainable solution of potable water to the community. And at the end of the day, that's going to be a brilliant outcome, and their future is going to be much brighter because of those decisions, those bigger decisions. So I seek your support this morning.
Could I ask a question to the CEO, please? With the debate about the trucking of the water, should I declare a conflict and not vote?
No, that's not the
Yeah.
that's not the
pool
the
redevelopment.
decision we're making about council. It's the pool, separate to pipeline.
Yeah, but the leakage is connected to the carting?
No.
Okay,
That's
thank
too
you.
far removed. Councillors, we've finished debate. We wrapped up debate. Councillor Rutherford?
Mayor, can I suspend standing orders?
No, not really, Councillor. We've just gone through the debate. It's probably hard to suspend standing orders at this point. After we've gone through the process, it's unfair that we step into that now. It should have been done earlier in the debate if we were going to do that, unfortunately. Councillors, I'll call a division, and I'll put the vote. Those in favour, please stand. Councillor Fisher, we'll record those no.
He's standing.
No, as in, yeah, on the line, he's part of it. Yeah, Councillor Grant Mathers, 4, Councillor Drew Wickerson, Councillor Alan Smith, Councillor Donna Kirkland, Councillor Shane Latcham and Councillor Neil Fisher. In favour of the motion. I'll go for those against. Those against, myself and Councillor Rutherford. The motion is supported and carried. Thanks very much, councillors. There are no other matters on the agenda, councillors. I'll declare the meeting closed and thank you for your attendance.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody.
Thanks, Linda. Good to go. Okay, thanks, councillors. We move on to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for the 15th of March, and I'll declare the meeting open. We've already undertaken acknowledgement to country in our previous meeting, so we weren't required to proceed with that. We have Councillor Fisher online. We have a full house. Declarations of interest in matters on the agenda, councillors. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have a declarable conflict of interest in, actually it's prescribed, I think, because it's family. Item 7.1 and 7.6, the Mount Morgan Rail Trail feasibility study. Consultation outcomes as my brother John McAvoy owns land at 148 Cabra Road that joins the proposed rail trail. So they propose to stay away from the place where the mini has been held while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Smith.
But also, is that
yep.
the only one I sent through, isn't it?
That's the only one that was sent through? The other one's been removed, Councillor. Okay.
Just with
the other item's been removed off the agenda.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yes, sorry.
Okay.
So just, Mr Mayor, I just need some advice on this. 7.1, the capital project report, it's talking about, it just lists Mount Morgan water security. I'm not sure whether we're going to go into discussion of that.
Might hold the fire until if there's questions, then we may raise it at that time rather than, than deal with it now. That might be one we'll take on notice when we come to that item. Okay, councillors, is there any other declarations? If not, and something arises throughout the course of the meeting, we'll accept that at that point. We'll move on straight into the officers' reports. The item 7.1, the capital projects report for February 2022. Andrew, would you like to present that report, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, through the Chair, I'd just like to provide a bit of an update on the monthly status report on capital projects that the project delivery are managing. The first one's the hail damage insurance claim. So this is a comprehensive damage occurred to council's assets, various assets within the city. So Dooley Street, works commences tomorrow on Dooley Street. A number of sheds there will have their roofs replaced over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We've currently called tenders and assessing those for Elfin House and North Rockhampton Library. So they'll be assessed in
contracts awarded. We're currently out to the market for the landfill site, so the waste transfer station and a number of ancillary buildings there for their roof replacements. And we're also now scoping Kershaw Gardens, so a lot of the shade structures over there were damaged and are to be replaced. So that's now underway. Mount Morgan Water Security. So obviously the preliminary evaluation was presented to Council last week, and AECOM are now continuing on with the business case. We expect that to be finalised somewhere towards the end of April, with a couple of workshops in between just in relation to risk management. The Alliance maintenance facility at the airport. So this is the one where Council's providing under $25 million funding. The landside bulk earthworks are all now complete. So and our civil contractors now are working on the airside. Subsoil drains are going in. Aaron's have commenced on site for the construction of the hangar. So they've constructed casting beds and commenced casting some of the tilt-up wall panels. So I think about 30% of those are done. And they're also at the same time constructing a footing system. So that project's progressing well. We have submitted for a milestone payment yet to be received from the federal government. Kempton Museum of Art in the Cultural Precinct, so East Street Links is probably the last project still with some a balance of work to be done there. So we've basically put in the link now and stabilised the adjacent structures. So we're now waiting on some pricing back to do a bit of render treatment to some walls and just flashing just to prevent any further water penetrations into some of the neighbouring buildings. We still haven't heard back from the owners of Chemist Warehouse in relation to their intention. However, a couple of weeks ago there was a site visit by someone looking at wanting to tender on a demolition contract for them, so we're still to find out any further information on that. Botanic Gardens and Zoo, obviously the design is happening, and there was a presentation this morning. I think it's about 50% design. There's a workshop tomorrow in relation to safety and design development, so that's happening. The playground's been awarded, and I think they're just working through a few concept layout designs for council to approve. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, so that's the design and construct contract. So about 80% of the design has been completed. The contractor has established themselves on site now, and they've started to do a bit of decommissioning and demolition work on site. So that'll happen over the next few weeks, and then obviously full augmentation will progress. Gracemere Sewage Treatment Plant, so I suppose post the council resolution a couple of weeks ago, we've now transferred some of that money in the budget review over to North Rocky, and that'll allow that project to go ahead. We're also now, I suppose, looking at the South Rockhampton augmentation with Gracemere and what we can do to take effluent from Gracemere and treat it at South Rockhampton. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant solar farm. So majority of the civil works is now done. They'll commence finalising the security fence around the site and anticipate mid-April they'll be finished that. We're still negotiating with Solgen in relation to the acquisition of plant equipment. So I think there'll be further discussions next week with them in relation to where we take that. We've obviously got the resolution from council to work with Alliance Automation, who are out doing the other works at Glenmore, to see if they could facilitate installation of all that equipment. Hockey redevelopment, so that project basically is just waiting on the arrival of some pumps. We're hoping that they would be here by the end of February, that they haven't arrived. So the new date is the end of March, so we'll just keep pressure on them, but the supply chain issues is causing us a bit of grief there. North Rockhampton Sewage Treatment Plant, so we're able to transfer that money from Gracemere, and a letter of award went out this week, so we'll obviously look at getting all the contract documentation together with that contractor, Haslam, and looking at a pre-start in the next few weeks and get that project underway. Riverbank Boardwalk, so that's a replacement of the timber boardwalk in Rod Laver Arena there, Rod Laver Park. The contract's been awarded to Loftus Construction. They've been working with us, and we've been working with the events team, so we will start that project basically straight after Rocky Nats, so the week after Easter, and have it finished before the wine and food and river festivals in September, October, so that's the plan there.
Just a question through that, Andrew. Councillor Wickerson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Through to you, Andrew. With the Rod Laver Plaza boardwalk, there was some, I think there's a big gum tree that was pushing against foundations or some substructures. Is that included in this package? I couldn't quite recall. Or was it just the boardwalk?
It's just the boardwalk, but if it's within the boardwalk, then obviously we will reconstruct around it so it has sufficient. It's not impacting the boardwalk, and we're not impacting the trees. So.
Yeah, I was just concerned if it wasn't, and we do this new work on top, we'll have to disturb that again to get back underneath it to fix up. There was beams being bent basically with the tree growing.
Well, this project replaces a lot of the timber substructure, so that'll be realigned to provide the clearances. There is a web forge, so a mesh that goes on top of the current structure to give vehicle loading, and then the deck is actually a plastic composite material. So.
Okay, done.
Thanks, Councillor Wickerson.
Rockhampton Airport security screening project, so that's obviously basically we're using facility. We're just working through with Woolham's any defect rectification. And Rockhampton Airport parking, so the contract has been awarded, and the plant materials have been ordered. I understand they're about a 12-week coming from Germany, so puts us something May, June before they arrive and will be installed.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Andrew, if you don't mind, can I just quickly go back to the Riverbank Boardwalk?
Yep.
What about plans for the timber that's being pulled up from down there? Because obviously it's still very usable timber. I'm just wondering, are we going to be, reusing that? Are we going to be selling it? What's our plan?
Well, it's not salvaged by council, so it is the builder's rights.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they get that as well.
Yep.
Okay, so cost of that taken into account during the contract?
They would have costed that, I suppose, if there's resale value in their tender submissions.
Yeah, because that'd be worth quite a bit of money. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Is that it? No, sorry. Okay. Councillors, any questions to Andrew on any of that report? Like I say, we have a more detailed one in the future with costings that'll be dealt with in closed session due to the nature of that report. But that said, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to it? Move Councillor Latcham, second Councillor Wickerson. I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Andrew. Moving on to 7.2, the Queensland Government Waste Levy Update. And Michael, would you like to present that report, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. Just wanted to give you a little bit of an update and just to go back a little bit. So the waste levy was reintroduced, or was introduced by the state government back in July 2019. At that time, we were given a 3-year window of what that looked like. It started at $75, it then went to 80 and then 85. And then they flagged at that time that there would be a regulatory review by July 2022 that would then tell us what was happening with that levy beyond basically June of this year. So an announcement came out in December, and with some of that information, so we now have some information we know, and there's still some information that is still pending the final regulatory review, which is still due by the 30th of June of this year. So in the report I showed, so again, at the time that the levy came out, the state government made a commitment that there'd be no direct impact on the household, so that at that time they came out and they provided local governments with an advance payment to offset what our levy liability was on a monthly basis. So they basically pay us an amount of money up front, an advance payment, and then we pay that money back each month as those domestic waste tonnes are disposed into the landfill. So in the first year we had a surplus, and it was designed so that we would have a surplus. It was calculated at a percentage of 105% to allow for a little bit of growth in our region, and also to give us a little bit of extra money with the expectation that we would spend that money on initiatives that would drive waste avoidance and waste diversion from landfill. So as you can see there, that's sort of the first 2 years. In the first year we had 293,000 surplus. Second year we had 20,000 surplus. This year we're actually forecasting that we'll have a deficit of about $90,000. The surplus from the first year was used along with that state government funding to run our garden organic and garden and food organic curbside collection trial. So that's just a little bit of history. And then in December, as I mentioned, Council came out, and what they've done is they've split Queensland into the metro zone and the regional zone. And within the regional zone, they've included ourselves, along with Cairns, Townsville, Mackay, Gladstone, Bundaberg and Fraser Coast. And the significance of that is that in terms of the levy increase, within the metro zone, it's going to increase by $10 per tonne year on year until it hits 145 by 2027, and then it will increase by CPI thereafter. And for ourselves, it will increase by CPI. Unfortunately, we don't know what that CPI percentage is going to be yet. They're working on that with QTC, and they will tell us as soon as they can tell us. But just as a side note, we've submitted our fees and charges a month ago, and we based it on 2%. It's quite likely that it will be somewhere closer to 4% is what we're hearing, but we really don't have any other indication yet from them. So the other big impact for us is in regards to the advance payment, the metro zone, for the purpose of the advance payment, also includes those 7 large regional councils, including ourselves. So that advance payment was at 105%, as I mentioned, in 23, 24, dropping to 95, 85, 70, 60. So over the 8 years, it's dropping to 20%. The 20% is what they say is generally, or is their expectation of the residual waste to landfill once we've implemented all these measures that we need to implement to get waste out of landfill. So basically driving that zero waste to landfill by 2050, that is in the state's strategy, even though this kind of almost suggests that they want us to meet that target a lot more quickly than their state strategy. So we've done a little bit of work to try and estimate, based on waste tonnages, etc., what that's going to mean for our community from a financial perspective. And really, in a nutshell, based on 2%, and these figures are all based on 2%, over 8 years up to this 31, it'll mean we'll have a deficit or a shortfall of about $11.5 million. If it's 4%, that will increase to a little over $13 million. So that's because, so just to make it clear what that is, so the advance payment is to cover the domestic tonnes that get disposed to landfill. So from the curbside, through our utility charge, and from the mums and dads that rock up in their car with a trailer to one of our facilities and dispose through our fees and charges. So at the moment, the utility charge, all the fees and charges for the domestic customer do not include a levy component because that liability is covered by the advance payment. As that's reduced, then logic would say that we will need to increase our utility charge and our fees and charges for the domestic customer to offset or to recover this $11, $12, $13 million depending on the percentage of CPI. So they're the knowns, I guess. So then we've still got some unknowns. So at the moment there is a general exemption for Clean Earth. So at the end of every day's operation we need to cover our waste with soil or Clean Earth. So at the moment there's a general exemption for that, meaning we don't need to apply, it's just generally applied across our industry. There's suggestion that general exemption will be removed from the 1st of July. We then have an operational purposes exemption where we can apply for special use like recycled aggregates, asphalts, other materials to build our access roads on the landfill. So we're not exactly sure what's going to happen with that either. My expectation is that they will bring the Clean Earth requirement into the operational purposes exemption category and we'll need to apply for that exemption specifically. The rules around that are not out yet. There's been a number of industry meetings with the state on this to try and get some clarity, hoping for some more information on that application process by the end of March. And then there's still the regulatory review process which needs to be complete before the 30th of July. 30th of June, sorry. Then the third one is around our materials recycling facility that processes all of the yellow lidded bin recyclables. And I need to apologise on this one because the facts that I've actually included in that paragraph are incorrect. There are two exemptions that apply for the MRF. One is around the residual waste that comes after all the commodities are separated out and disposed. Then and that is currently exempt at 100%, so there's no levy payable on that material. And then there's a second exemption that applies to the material that comes, all the glass that comes from the MRF process that then goes through the glass plant, and then the residual that comes out of the glass plant that goes to the landfill, there's a 50% exemption that applies on that component. So we're waiting to find out what is going to happen through this regulatory review, but kind of the whispers are that those exemptions will probably be lost, which actually doubles that 45, so it'll have a direct impact of about 90k starting from the 1st of July.
Thanks, Michael. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Michael. Sorry, just to go back a bit and a side question about the Clean Earth. So we're putting in 25,000 tonnes, so approximately 25,000 cubic metres also of Clean Earth. Do we have to buy the earth? Does it come off site somewhere?
Yeah, so typically we get all of our Clean Earth from local development.
Okay,
we get a lot from civil ops, some from FRW,
Yeah.
some from other construction projects around town. So we take it for free. They don't pay, we don't charge. So it's kind of a win-win. The reality is if we don't need it and if we had to apply a levy, then we would not take it. And the owners of that material, the owners are people responsible for those construction projects generating that clean earth would need to find another home for it.
Yeah, so I was thinking two things. One was just what you were saying, but also about accelerating the airspace, basically, and filling up the dump quicker. So we can't reclaim that earth the next morning before we start again.
We do. Yeah, we do.
You get all that back?
Yeah. So we actually use tarps as well.
That's what I was going to ask.
So basically our operation is that at the end of today, if there's any area of waste that we expect to put waste on top of tomorrow, we will use tarps. And then those tarps are applied and removed tomorrow morning. If there's any areas of waste that we place today that we're not expecting to cover with new waste tomorrow, and it might be a week or 2 weeks away, then we'll cover with clean earth. Yeah. And then in that week or 2 weeks' time before we cover it, we strip off.
Okay.
We probably get around 50% recovery.
Yep. Okay.
And we actually try to strip off in two passes. We try and get the top, say 50%, and we'll end up with a stockpile of very clean soil, and then we might try and get another 20% of the material, which will have some plastic bags and that mixed in it. Yeah. And then we'll use that dirty mix as the first layer when we repeat that process at the end of that day.
Yeah. Okay,
thanks Michael. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's 3 years through to Michael. I've only just noticed it was on the previous page. So the advance payments, just wondering, page before that, or yep, just there. So it decreases, reduces by 10% each year, but there's 1 year where it reduces by 15. Is there a reason why it's 15? Or
it's probably not an even multiple from 2022 to 2030, 31. So they started there. They knew they wanted to get to there, and they.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Just
yeah. So, Andrew, Michael, through the change, there's a bucket of money there that they're going to say that councils can apply for to introduce waste reduction schemes to offset that. Now, I met with the Minister's office the other day and talking about that clean earth, about how we've got, we believe that it's something there that we need to have. There's going to be an impact to our community going forward, and they sort of said that they get that, but there are other councils that were applying for it that weren't using that amount. They weren't giving the rubbery figures, so to speak, when they were there. So they said that they'd look at our circumstance, so I'm not sure what that'll mean at the end of the day. But then also, with that $1 billion that they've got, how we could maybe apply for a business case to look at what options that we could do there to try and, with that waste avoidance going into the main phase. So I'm waiting on those answers to come back as well through a letter that I've sent to the Minister as well, to come back.
Yeah. Linda, can we scroll to the bottom?
I don't know whether I jumped too far ahead of you there, but...
No, I mean, I think I'm reasonably comfortable with that the clean earth issue will get resolved, because from a regulatory perspective as well, the last thing they want is landfill operators not to cover their waste to try and avoid that levy cost, because there'll be an environmental impact.
And just on that though, the council, further to Councillor Wickerson's question, if that material wasn't coming and being charged and we weren't getting any reduction on it, we'd still require to purchase that material from somewhere else to do that cover. So there'd be a cost to us plus the cost to the disposer as well.
There would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment. For the other states where they don't exempt Clean Earth, what it generates is you actually try on site to recover the material. So you actually become a little bit of a miner within your site, because the charge is triggered over the weighbridge. So if you can find it within your site as a clean cover, then you won't pay this levy. So, but in some ways it's safer the way they've got it. More common sense prevails with that approach.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
So the real, Mr Mayor, so, there's a lot of things, but, I guess there's 4 dot points down the bottom there of actions and measures that we need to try and undertake to minimise this risk. The curbside organics trial is really important. The CQ Rock Regional Waste Management Infrastructure Plan is a really important piece of work, and that's going to drive the state's funding to achieve the diversion targets. To be honest, it's quite frustrating around that one at the moment because they've set all the levy targets, but they're really dragging their feet on this piece of work.
Not from the ROC perspective?
Not from the ROC perspective, the state perspective. The recycle right, like still trying to do something better around trying to get better awareness around our curbside collection system and get contaminants out of the red lidded bin and contaminants out of the yellow lidded bin. And discussions are continuing there with the state. And then our waste strategy that was adopted in November 2019, again under the regulation we need to review that every 3 years, so that's up for review again this year. We're doing a piece of financial modelling at the moment, hopefully have something fairly solid by the middle of the year. You know, do we need to advance our zero waste to landfill strategy to make it earlier than 2050 if the economics say that that's what makes sense? So that's sort of some of the information we're trying to understand at the moment so we can come back to council with something sensible.
Okay. Thanks, Henry. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Michael. Michael, sorry, just going back to the Clean Earth, just as so 25,000 tonnes per year of Clean Earth, but if that's coming into the site, isn't that then going over the weighbridge, which means it's increasing the levy fee that's actually payable as well?
At the moment, there's a general exemption on Clean Earth. So it comes over the weighbridge.
Okay, but then
it gets captured,
yeah.
And we send them the data of how much we've received and taken into the landfill, but there's no payment on.
Sorry, yeah, I did see there was an exemption, but I wasn't sure whether it still went over the bridge or whether you bypassed the bridge or something. So no,
definitely goes over the bridge.
It goes over the bridge, and then the exemption is okay. Thank you.
So when that general exemption will, in my view, will most likely become an operational purposes exemption, where we'll specifically have to apply each year for how much we want to. These Clean Earth and other materials we're going to use the following financial year, you know, they'll look at how much we've used historically and how much to try and. It's difficult because it's not an exact science, and they're trying to make this an exact science. Well, you know, what's the length of your road? What's the width of the road? Your depth? So that's how much you need. It's, you know, we're on a landfill. It's not an exact science.
Okay. Michael, I think we've gone through. Looks like we don't have any further questions. We might seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that report. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that comprehensive report from Michael, and it's very good for the table to be aware of what's coming up in the future, and obviously the cost to do nothing is actually going to cost council. So obviously infrastructure and innovation is obviously something that we have to keep in mind when we talk about FOGO and trying to divert away from landfill. So I'm very happy with this report. Thank you, Michael. Happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor Fisher, you got a question? You're on mute. Just a second.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I keep
You're
doing
right.
that. I just want to just commend the report and happy to second.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a watch this space as we move forward and the impacts of what the outcomes will be. Okay, that moved and seconded. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much. Michael, we move on to the Queensland Government Waste Levy update. Oh no, Waste Education, sorry. The plan went back to the previous one. Again, Michael, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. So this one's a little bit more uplifting. And it's really just for council's information. We generate a waste education plan each year. You know, in part, it's to help our education officer just plan her year and manage sort of our expectations with her. So that I probably won't touch on much, Mr Mayor, unless
there's questions there. It's a healthy report and something there that council see it, but. Again, it's building on that understanding and knowledge and starting in the schools to bring that education in and avoid from landfills and that reuse and recycle theme that we've been pushing. Means a lot at the end of the day when that diversion's coming out of the landfill. So we need to continue with that and get that program happening. Question, Councillor Kirkland?
Probably more just a
Comment?
a comment, if I might, Mr. Mayor. You know, in looking at these engagements and certainly being privileged to be a part of some of the celebrations of some of these engagements and the wins that the schools are actually having, as in they've been educated on the things that they can do to help their school to be more environmentally friendly, but also in the waste space to actually save on what's going to landfill. I think overall there's been a huge uptake across the schools with this education program, and it's been a really good facilitator of getting the message out into the community of what the importance is around reducing our landfill, and those children are taking that back to their homes and it's filtering through, and so it's a really good program, and it's great to see it condensed here into a report to just actually give illustration to the community of what's going on. And because there might be a lot of people who are unaware of this particular initiative that's happening and being pushed through from the Waste Department. So congratulations to everybody who's involved in that, and the key players, of course, who are always out there dressing up as pirates and whatever else to help push the message. So congratulations to all of your team.
Councillor Letcham, happy to...
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Kirkland, just to say a big thank you, and shows how important Callie is to our organisation as Education Officer. She does a fantastic job and is doing a great job out in the schools, so happy to move that.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fisher?
Happy to second, Mr.
Happy
Mayor.
to second. Okay. Councillors, there are no further questions to that report. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Michael, the organics strategy, Queensland organic strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is another update, you know, on the back of the state strategy that came out in 2019, and on the back of, I guess, the state funding we received to support a curbside organic collection service, and the whole drive to get waste out of landfill. The state released their organic strategy and their organic action plan just in February, so only a few weeks ago, for the next 10-year, sort of their next 10-year plan. So I've attached that strategy and that action plan to this report, and I wasn't really going to go through it again in any great detail. I have also sent the strategy and the report to quite a few of the managers across council, because probably one thing that I just did want to highlight, and hopefully I've highlighted that in this report, is that it touches lots of parts of council, from you know, procurement, from events, obviously parks, obviously ourselves, but sustainability. It touches lots of parts of council. So again, it kind of endorses what we're doing with our organics trial. I think we're very fortunate that we're doing a trial, and any decision that council's going to make on a future service going forward will actually be based on our data and not someone else's data, so we can sort of feel a lot more comfortable around that.
Okay, Michael, questions? Councillor Kirkland?
Oh, just a comment. I've had feedback from community who are partakers in this FOGO trial saying, please don't take my bin off me, I'm loving it. It's really interesting. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll seek a mover and a seconder with regards to this. Move, Councillor Latcham. Seconder, Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the Gracemere Waste Transfer Station operating hours review. Again, Michael, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, this one, again, going back as part of last year's budget preparation or process, you know, we were given a task to try and look at potential savings in our operating budget while still meeting the needs of our community. Reducing the operating hours at Mount Morgan and Gracemere transfer stations was some of that work. So We've spoken about this at some of our workshops that we had last year, and it was put to council that potentially in relation to Gracemere we go out to the community and do a survey to question whether the operating hours of that facility are correct, or whether there'd be better hours without actually increasing the overall hours and therefore the overall cost. So I just wanted to point out that while the recommendation that I put forward is to do the survey, I would be equally comfortable and equally supportive of maintaining the hours as they currently are without going for a survey. So, and I say that because since we've amended the hours in February of last year, we've had 8 complaints that have come through Pathways. 2 of those were commercial customers. It just wasn't convenient to them. Technically speaking, that facility doesn't accept commercial customers, even though for green waste we do accept them because it doesn't increase our cost, and we want to provide that service. And the other 6 were from domestic customers, and one of those 6 was the gentleman from the Gracemere Community Voice Association, who I've spoken with a number of times. So I don't, and I think the last complaint we had was in December, so we haven't had one for several months. So again, it's a difficult one because I don't think the dissatisfaction, if that's the right word, is high. But if council chooses and wants to go to go and do a survey and seek some input and see if there would be alternative hours without increasing the overall hours for the week, I've included a number of options in this report. Option 1's obviously the status quo. Option 2 would be to increase the hours on Monday, Wednesday and Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. There it is there. Yep, thanks, Linda. But closing the facility completely on Tuesday and Thursday, and then altering the hours on Saturday. Or alternatively, option 3, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from sort of staggering them, opening it early and closing it a bit earlier on Tuesday and Thursday, opening it late and closing it late, and Saturday, Sunday just balancing those hours but generally opening them early. Option 4 is just another variation of those. So down budgeted implications, they're all based on those 44 hours per week, so there'd be no impact other than option 4, so there'd be a minor impact there over the year.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Councillor Lutchen.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I guess I was very surprised to see this one come today. The 8 people out of the whole of the Gracemere area, when I think you need 10 people for a petition, so this doesn't even make the number of people for a petition. And I kind of get concerned that if we're always going to act on something where there's only a few complaints, are we going to keep bringing this up and discussing it for 8 people? So while everyone's opinion's valued, in the bigger scheme of things, out of 10, 13,000 people, residents out that way, 8, I think, says we're probably doing the right thing. But I'll leave it to the table, just to comment on that one.
Thanks, Councillor Lutchen. Councillor Smith.
I've certainly had a lot more than 8 complaints, I can assure you, and obviously I didn't register mine through Pathway, and I'm sure I did a lot of them, names, addresses and phone numbers I gave when it first changed. But also there's been a fair bit of illegal dumping on Allen Road and Tyndall Road, which is around that area, and the residents there have taken to self-policing, because by the time I get local laws to go out, these people have gone. They are very, very upset with our reduced hours, and they believe that that's why that they have people loitering in the area waiting for cars to be off the road so they can dump. So I've certainly had a real good time with these hours that we've put through, and I would really like to have public consultation. I think that that's imperative, because I have told people it will be reviewed later on, and people believe that we are looking at it again, which is what we said we were going to do originally with Gracemere and Mount Morgan.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Michael, if that's okay. Michael, when I was first reading this report, I sort of looked at the hours, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m, and I sort of thought, oh, look, that kind of makes sense, because of all the commercial operators. But you were just saying that there's actually, Gracemere isn't supposed to accept commercial operators. So that's now got me questioning the fact that if I look at it from my own point of view, quite often if I do work around the yard on the weekend, it'll be on a Sunday. Quite often I'm pretty busy and I might do 1 or 2 trips to the dump, but then there's usually a full trailer load after 5 o'clock, and I'll get up early and go and do a dump run before I go to work, and that's what I've quite often done. I noticed that these hours that we've got here, they're all 9 to 3, so there's no before or after work time, so that, and if there's not that many commercial operators going to it, I understand that you're looking at opening earlier in the other options, but the current hours, if someone wants to, shoot off early in the afternoon, after work, or go early in the morning, I would have thought there'd be a lot more people wanting to do some early morning dumping. Is my thought. So I would have thought, maybe a review that has those earlier opening times, or maybe skipping a day or two might be more of an option.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillors, any more questions? Councillor Smith.
Another comment, Mr Mayor. I did mean to say that we're not catering for full-time working people. And I think that's been a lot of the problem with opening at 9 and closing at 3. They don't have an opportunity. A lot of people there have got acreages, and they just can't fit everything in their normal bin, even people that do get a bin, but other people on the outskirts there, some of them aren't catered for with a wheelie bin. So the hours, just having one day open from 7 to 5 just doesn't suit.
Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regards to the matter that Councillor Smith has raised with the illegal dumping, through you to Michael, is that already on your, I know that you have some hot spots that you put CCTV at, or some of those little cameras. Is that one of those areas that has already been identified and potentially would be a good spot so that these people aren't having to self-police? If we get stuff on camera, then we can prosecute those people who are doing illegal dumping?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, that was a part of the hotspot program that we ran under that state government litter and illegal dumping program. That program is over, so we've lost that funding. I know there was an extension or an addition to that funding program. I believe that was for a continuation of a local laws officer, which our local laws team was taking that opportunity up.
Do we still have cameras, though, that we can put up? There's no, what cameras will we use?
I would need to, they were all local laws cameras. I'd need to talk to them, sorry.
Yeah, I was
but we
under
would
the
still
impression
have
we had-
cameras.
Yeah, I was under the impression we had a number of those. that
We
were
would have
available.
cameras still, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's no further questions. Michael will move in a second with regards to the officer recommendation. Move Councillor Smith. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Michael. Moving on to item 7.6, the Mount Morgan Rail Trail feasibility study consultation outcomes.
Good afternoon,
Thanks,
Mayor.
Councillor Smith. We might just hold till Councillor Smith has a conflict in this one. Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, Mayor, councillors. So this report presents the outcomes of the first round of consultation for the Mount Morgan Rail Trail feasibility study. So consultation was undertaken between 16th of August and 3rd of September 2021, and this was generally to gauge the level of community support, business support, any issues people might have with this proposed rail trail. So letters were sent to property owners adjacent to the trail, to key stakeholders advising them of the consultation. Media release, social media was also informed the wider community of the consultation. We had display stalls set up at shopping centres at Rockhampton, Gracemere and Mount Morgan. A number of meetings were held with key stakeholders and landowners, and online engagement was also open. So in total we had 113 formal responses. The vast majority were in support of the proposed rail trail. Most of those opposing the rail trail were adjacent landowners. So the consultation report summarises some of the issues and potential solutions that would be worked through if we were to proceed with the rail trail. So in general, these were all around sort of disruption to farming practices, safety, security, trespass, those type of issues. And also there was some concern around biosecurity and transference of disease and weeds from users, particularly sort of horse riders. But that's all documented in the consultation report. The preliminary design is being finalised and will be completed in the coming weeks, at which stage this will be presented back to Council, and then we'd like to go back out to a second round of community consultation so we can get some feedback on that final preliminary design. So, and the feasibility study is also being finalised in parallel with that design. And I'd just like to reiterate that this is just a feasibility study. There's no other money has been allocated to the subsequent stages, and this is fully funded through a rail trail grants program. Any questions?
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just surprised, you said 113 respondents to the survey, and yet when the question comes up, how would you use the trail as 191 responses? How did that happen?
Yeah, that's because they could have given various responses, so they might have used it. I think there's a number of different. They could have been used for walking, recreation. It could have been used for cycling, so they may have answered for each of those.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So that's how that.
So out of that, how would you use the trail? 45 people, respondents, were horse riders, which I thought was fairly high for our region. And so yeah, I kind of did a bit of research on that one, and obviously they're very keen to have a section involved with that. I guess kind of the research I kind of found was they'd like to see an adjacent to the trail, that they've got their own dedicated trail, and it's just a comment at this point for that one, but that obviously would be an interesting concept, how rail how walkers and motorbikes, and not that it's meant to be there, but trail bikers and horses could coexist is an interesting concept. But the thing out of this report that kind of was missing in my mind was consideration of from the Railway Information Centre, a track using the existing track back to the showgrounds. Could be the southern track portion of it. That was kind of omitted from a consideration. And if there was a track from the showgrounds to the Railway Information Centre through to top of Razorback as stage one, hypothetically, I think that would do a lot for the ecotourism of Mount Morgan, and something that's probably stage one would a better option to probably consider. But it's just a comment on that one. But it would have been nice to see the integration, being able to use that rail tunnel near the Mount Morgan mine, going over to the showgrounds. It's something that the local community could easily embrace, especially tourists, people in caravans and stuff, the grey nomads and the like. They could stop there and they could spend 3 or 4 hours, whichever way they want to go, as opposed to this proposed thing is, would they go all the way down to Gracemere or Cabra? It would take a lot, you'd need to spend a lot more time. So I think it's probably, to me, it's more realistic to have just the Mount Morgan area covered, and that's probably something to consider when they ask questions, if it goes any further. Would they prefer to see that as stage one, rather than the next thing, which is your horses obviously would be from Razorback down to Cabra? So just a few comments in there.
Just if I could, just
I think the safety.
Just to clarify, there's no motorbikes on this trail at all. It's just, you said trail bikes.
Yeah, unfortunately they do happen, but you've got to take preventative measures to make sure they don't use it.
Yeah, it just come across that they were going to be allowed to use it, and no, they're not.
Yep. Anyway, I think the funding was for that corridor anyway, so yeah, where it's at. Councillor Kirkland, then Councillor Mathers.
Thank you,
And Councillor Fisher, sorry, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I spent a lot of time looking at other rail trails and videos and commentaries and testimonies and all kinds of things to give myself a more educated understanding of what type of things we could end up looking at or end up with, and the advantages and benefits to the community. And there seems to be a considerable amount of merit in such a construction. One of the things that stood out to me was the period of time to deliver these projects. Some of them were like 18 years in their delivery. What sort of, in the feasibility study, does that come out with the time frames of the delivery, or I suppose that's more into the design and budgetary constraints, but is there any anticipation of, because they're all variable, like some of them there's a lot of sealed sections, and is it all, all of those things obviously contribute to it, but some of these were actually delivered by the community themselves. Is that built into this as well?
Through the Chair, yeah, so depending on probably the length of the trail, because some of those trails that you may have looked at are over 100 kilometres long or 150, there's quite some long trails. So this one's a little bit less than that, it's around about 29 kilometres. But yes, it would certainly be something that we'd deliver in stages if it were to progress. Just referring to, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought of what you were saying there. But
Community participation in the actual delivery, yeah.
yeah, that was one of the key things mentioned by our consultants. One of the consultants has done a number of, been involved with a number of rail trails throughout Australia, and certainly there's a push there that if you can get volunteers involved, that would certainly be a good thing. At this stage, we haven't established a Friends of the Rail Trail or any sort of volunteer type group. We do know there is, in Mount Morgan, there are groups that are supportive of the rail trail, but there's probably no formal volunteer group that we've formed, but that's certainly something we'd look at if we were to progress.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to like the First Turkey Mountain Bike Trail, where the users maintain and keep an eye on it, so you get that community involvement and participation. Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yeah, that's exactly right, Mr Mayor. I think a lot of that community engagement comes from the actual maintenance, upkeep, that type of thing of the rail trails. But, look, I totally agree, Councillor Kirkland, in regards to, I personally know friends who go down to Brisbane, I think, Toowoomba and that type of stuff, and they do, I think it's 120, 130k rail trails, and they actually, there's companies there who load up the push bikes, bus them down to one end, and then they ride back to Brisbane, or they go the other way, and there's bed and breakfast there, there's hotels, there's cafes, a lot of people get involved, so it's definitely something that I think it's exciting. I know ours won't be that long, but another reason why I think Councillor Kirkland, a lot of these projects take so long is because they start small, but they just add to them, and you end up with something that might be 29 k's long that might end up being 50 k's long by the end of it or something, So I think it's a project that's got a lot of merit, so it's I look forward to seeing where it goes.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillors, there's no further questions. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that officer's recommendation? Oh, Councillor Fisher, sorry, mate.
So, Mr Mayor, I just had one question just with regards to, with going through a lot of these properties, will fencing be part of this process, and is that something that is covered by the grants funding?
Yeah, through the chair. So the funding is just for the feasibility study at this stage, and fencing is something that would be considered if we progress to a more, if we were to progress to a detailed design. Certainly something that the landowners have raised, fencing, to obviously keep their stock, their cattle separate from the corridor. So the trail would predominantly follow the existing disused rail corridor. So that's owned by QR, although it goes through adjoining properties, it's still owned by QR. So we would have to talk to those people, get them involved, but fencing is something certainly we would be looking at if we progress further.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm happy to move if...
I just got some more questions.
I'm not sure whose chairmanship is. I'm happy to second.
Yeah, we've got a few more lights on there. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Wickerson, then Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I think on the face of it, this project has a huge amount of merit. I've ridden on the pineapple trail down the beach, and it's great. It's safe. It's off the road. But I do have some concerns as well, and one is certainly the comments from the stakeholders right beside the property. I think the consultants report nearly dismissed a little bit of that, which I didn't think the tone was appropriate. I mean, these people are right there on it. Their voice certainly does count. Fine to use it as recreation, and I'm one of those. I'd probably love it. But yeah, you can't dismiss the people that's their life and livelihood right there. So I thought about the fencing. Okay, if they're worried about the security, do we put up some screen fencing or whatever? Well, then it might bisect their paddock. So how do they get from one side to the other? So there's some logistical issues there too. I like the idea of having a group that might maintain it, and I know the First Turkey group are very proactive with that. But just a quick look at the trail we've recently put in around the dam, which is virtually overgrown and unusable, so it doesn't always work to plan. So I think a previous report we looked at today said look after what we've got before we look at new infrastructure, get our house sorted out, and then look at some new stuff. And probably the final point is just the timing, and we sort of covered that with Bill this morning, that as great as this project is, and we get certainly iron out some of the bugs, get the feasibility study and the report done and put on the shelf somewhere ready for when the time's right to do it. Certainly a great project, but whether now's the time to do it when we've got all these other much higher, more critical priorities, just not sure. I'm not convinced on that just yet. But yeah, happy to finish off the feasibility and get it shovel ready, but then maybe park it.
Thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Wickerson's probably said everything I was going to say anyway, that it was quite dismissive of the concerns of the community, and you know, I think we just need to certainly finish where we're going, but be very, very careful about where we head from here, and you know, the impact that it does have on some of those communities.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think it's you know, they were highlighting those areas, but I probably took the tone to say that it's a great project. Don't listen to the naysayers. But that said, you need to do that if it's going through their properties and their livelihoods are involved. So take that on board. But again, it's a great report, and you know, I'll probably echo Councillor Wickerson's comments there that the priority at the moment when we went out with this one was probably at a higher level than what it is at the moment. So it may be one that we revisit at a later date when we're more financially able to start to stage the project. But thanks very much for the presentation and the report. Do we have a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation or alternate motion? Councillor Fisher, you're happy to move? I read your lips and you said yes, you were happy to move. Yeah, we have a seconder. Councillor Latcham, I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do apologise again.
That's all good. Moving on to item 7.7, the land dealings lot 305 CP1. Blah, blah, blah. Who's got this one, Martin?
Afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Some some time ago, Council was approached by the Department of Resources to formalise the tenure.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Smith back into the room. She's still in the exclusion zone. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. I didn't pick up on that one. I'm rushing through to the next item. Sorry, Councillor Smith. I did. Forgot you're the chair. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Martin.
Okay, no problem. Yep, so thanks, Mayor and Councillors. Yes, the Department of Resources approached Council to formalise tenure arrangements over the parcel of land that contains our sewage pump station in Campbell Street. This is on the back of the Department of Education, namely Rockhampton State High School, also wanting to formalise arrangements on that parcel of land for car parking associated with the school. As you can see from the plan above, we have quite a bit of infrastructure that goes across that parcel of land. It's currently unallocated state land. So we've commenced some discussions with the Department of Resources about that. The way forward for us is to purchase that parcel of land, to acquire the tenure of that land. Now that doesn't necessarily stop the high school from having access for parking, but that would then require a lease arrangement between Council and the Department of Education. We're suggesting that would be a 20-year lease at market rent to try and recoup some of Council's costs in relation to the purchase of the block. So essentially the purchase is about securing our rights. We currently don't have those rights, really, to have that amount of infrastructure sitting on what is an unallocated parcel of land, state land. So that's our recommendation, is essentially to move forward with the purchase of the lot through negotiation with the Department of Resources, and then have some negotiations with the Department of Education to entering into a 20-year lease, which we can work directly with a government body under an exemption on the local government regulation without going out to tender as such.
Okay, can we do some bartering there, Martin? I was thinking maybe if we offer some land there for parking, that we could get some parking on the fields when we're using the showgrounds in exchange.
We certainly can keep that in mind when we're when we're doing the negotiation.
But yeah, it doesn't hurt. Anyway, questions, Councillor Wickerson?
Thanks, Mayor. I think the school also used that, or portion of that parcel of land, to access the aquaculture. I think on the site plan there you can see down along the fence there's sheds and tanks and things, so it's probably a double hit there that they want to use the parking and also access to that.
Access to that new facility that's going in there as well. There's a project there that they're developing. Okay, Councillor, it's pretty self-explanatory. It makes a lot of sense to tidy that up. It's one of a bit of an anomaly. We find these things from time to time, but need to resolve and move forward with it. So could I have a seeker move Councillor Smith, seconded, Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Martin. Moving on to 7.8, the Derby Street cycle lanes design. Yeah, Jamie, thank you.
Yes, Council received funding through TMR to undertake detailed design for the provision of cycling facilities along Derby Street from Canning Street to Denison Street. So a concept design has been developed, and as we can see here, the concept design includes single traffic lanes in each direction, landscaped concrete centre median, 1.5 metre wide on-road cycle lanes in each direction, a 2.5 metre wide concrete shared path on the northern side of Derby Street, to construct a 2.5 metre wide path through parts of this, parts of the footpath there. Some trees would need to be removed. All of the angle parking would be turned into parallel parking. So this would result in the loss of 23 angle parking bays between George and Campbell Street. So essentially that's out the front of DC Motors. And it's also proposed that traffic signals would be installed at Telford Street intersection. So we'd like to take this out to community consultation. This is planned to commence, planned to commence 21st of March, Monday the 21st of March. That may be put back a little bit, and for a number of weeks to give the community an opportunity to provide feedback on the concept design prior to us undertaking detailed design. So letters will be sent to property owners immediately adjacent to Derby Street. Online survey will also be made available for the general public to provide comments. I think you've got as attachments, you've got a letter there and questionnaire that we'll send out. Once submissions have been received, we review those, consider those submissions, and then detailed design would commence and is expected to be completed by June this year, 2022. Comments?
Okay, thanks very much, Jamie. Portfolio spokesperson, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had a talk to Peter and Martin about it the other day, and I was just saying, as long as there's not, you know, trees up near Denison and Derby, you know, any blockages there. We're getting a lot of flack about the last fatality there. I don't think there is, but I was just wondering, with the trees being removed, can you just tell us where they are? Just remind me, I didn't hear about any trees being removed the other day. Whereabouts would that be?
Yeah, through the chair. So those trees are through here. So you might note there's actually a note there to say remove the tree. So through this area and through here.
So the whole length of the street there?
Yeah, so they're medium-sized trees.
Okay.
It would be proposed that we would put trees in the vegetation within the centre, medium.
In the centre, yeah. I am concerned about removing that angle parking, because after we had the meeting the other day, I sort of had a good look at that area, and there's a lot of cars, and I often go either Stanley or Derby, either coming to Rocky or going from, and there's a lot of cars parked around the corner in George Street as well, which means that they're from all those businesses there. Just sort of concerned about that. If we take that parking away and return it with, so we're losing, is it 23 car park slots?
That's correct.
23, yeah, and how many would go back as parallel parking? So we're taking those away.
That's a reduction. That's a reduction.
That's in total.
Total loss, yeah. I'm really concerned about that because it's going to push more traffic into those other areas, and I'm not sure whether there's a lot of allocated parking in you know, the adjoining streets. I'm not sure. I sort of didn't drive around those to see, well, if they can't park there, where would they park?
It's going through for consultation, so I think those issues will come up in that during that phase. If there's you know, concerns around that, we can review that after that consultation and be raised up at that point.
Also, when I read it again, and I apologise, Martin, I didn't have time to come back to you with my concerns. Putting traffic lights in Telford Street, like you're nearly at the roundabout at the shopping centre, and I just thought that's sort of a double whammy, really. You've got traffic lights, then next minute you're at the shopping centre there, and you run into that roundabout straight away.
Yeah, through the chair. So the traffic lights will improve the safety of that intersection. I think there has been a number of crashes at that intersection. So from vehicle perspective, improve safety, but also to provide a pedestrian crossing as well, a safe point of crossing for students to the nearby school as well. So serves that purpose as well.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the schools. That's probably a good idea.
And they have the tennis courts across the road and that
Yeah,
too, so it's,
yeah.
yeah. Thanks, Councillor Smith. I see a number of lights on. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mayor. I am concerned about the number of trees that need to be, or I guess proposed to be taken here. And I know you're talking about having some in the medians, but that's not normally trees these days. That's usually just, you know, shrubs and whatever else. So we're talking about considerable trees that give us shade. So I don't see that, you know, shrubs or ground cover is going to make any help at all, really, for there. Is there ways that we can keep some of the trees that are there?
Just through the chair, yeah, we have. We've been out on site and we've considered. It's quite constrained through there. The issue is this is tied up with TMR funding, and as part of that, they're after best practice facilities for cyclists and vulnerable users. So usually they recommend a shared path for off-road for those vulnerable users, and a shared path has a minimum width of 2.5 metres. It's difficult to obtain that 2.5 metres through there without removing those trees. There's already some constraints there with power poles, so we do have to narrow the path around some of those obstructions. But if we don't remove the trees, it would essentially we would have to have a narrower footpath through there, and it could have implications with our funding that we've received for this as well. So that would just a consideration would have to be given to that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I get that, but at some point we've got to start to say that, you know, our trees are, you know, really, really important. Everywhere we look around, we're seeing trees cut down. We passed something just recently, and the trees are being chopped around just to let those different big sorry, Mr. Mayor.
You're right, you're right.
I have a bit.
You're right. Concerns about the
Sorry,
trees.
I have a migraine.
Okay, yep.
And I am lost my speech. I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
I'm struggling with my words. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Look,
Sorry.
and I hear your concerns and understand that, but I think what the project's about is trying to reduce the safety, and it's safety over the aesthetics is the decision for the council to say whether we, you know, is that a big enough reason for not to continue with the project? As Jamie's mentioned, if those trees are removed and we can't implement that pathway, is that something there that knocks the project over? Would there be other options to put trees in another location to offset?
I'm going to say there's always options, but
Yeah.
all we're asking is, can we see what the people
Consult.
impacted think of this? They may come up with other ideas and we may change our design. All we're asking for is we're just actually informing you that we're going out for consultation.
Yep.
You're not making a decision on anything about the project in that sense.
Yep. Thanks, Peter. Councillor Lutchen.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And I guess safety first. I really like this design. It's sad to see some trees go, but then there's added more vegetation to not just be a concrete jungle. The question I probably got out of that is, with the existing footpaths that are there, are they being taken out in order to put the new 2.5 metre ones in?
Yes, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's great. And so is part of its purpose for the new e-scooters to be able to get to the Botanic Gardens or up to at least the Allenstown? Is it part and parcel of where we're going as a region?
That could be that's not what the intention was, but certainly a wider footpath will benefit all users. So if there's someone walking or riding and someone's coming in the opposite direction in an e-scooter, certainly a wider path is going to help with user safety.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wickerson, then Councillor Mathers.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. You know, I'm sorry to see some of the car parks go, but absolutely the safety comes first. The only thing I'd add to that is at the Denison Street, and I think Councillor Smith raised this too, Denison and Derby, obviously there was that recent fatality with the motorcycle rider and passengers not well either. I did ask the other day whether we could look at, and sorry, just to go back, this was a previous black spot funding, so we've already done major upgrades. There was signage up to and exceeding what the standards are, I think, but just to, in this design, whether we couldn't consider maybe some optional, additional devices there to slow traffic down for whatever reason, as well as it's designed. People still tend to go straight through, and that's probably driver behaviour more than anything, but
yeah,
we talk about vertical restraints like speed bumps or whatever.
Yeah.
But also, and officers have got back to me saying that it's also a truck route, so that's, some things aren't practical. You can't have chicanes, with vertical bumps, probably not. But just
who wants to respond to that one, Jamie or Stuart?
It'll probably come up through the consultation anyway, I think.
Stu, just we need a microphone, mate, the people online.
The design here was completed, I suppose, before the latest fatality and crashes associated with the intersection. So it hasn't considered, I suppose, what safety improvements we are looking at the intersection of Derby and Denison. So rather, because it was, I suppose, put out to design with a scope to look at cycling and vulnerable road users, it hasn't specifically looked to address those issues. So council internally are looking at what can be done at the intersection of Derby and Denison and the adjacent intersections either side to address the matters associated with the recent fatality and the previous crashes that have been there. So I suppose and potentially it's something we might need to put on these plans for consultation to highlight that it is a separate body of work that will be done to address those matters, whereas this has been scoped, I suppose, and focused on cyclist facilities and vulnerable road users. So.
I think that's an important point as we go through that public consultation to highlight that we're doing our own work and looking at that, but also this is just focused on that pedestrian and cycleways.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Wicks. It is a good point.
Yeah, thanks, Julian. I appreciate your reply the other day. I didn't see you sitting there, sorry, but yeah, appreciate that. And just to finish off, Mayor, even though it takes up some of the width of the road, those holding lanes for left and right turns from the centre will solve the problem. And these aren't fatalities, but there's a high frequency, colloquially anyway, of nose to tails there because there's two lanes through. Someone stops to turn right, and for whatever reason, people smash into the back of them. So yeah, that's a good inclusion with it. It'll solve a lot of problems.
And that's probably having large, wide streets. Planning years ago has probably led to some of these problems that we face now. So, putting a lot more into those carriageways will slow it down a bit. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support for this to go to consultation. I think you find you will get quite a bit of pushback, depending if I just can speak just briefly about in regards to DC Motors, obviously with some previous history there. You know, I've seen multiple accidents where people have been pulling into and pulling out, coming across the lines of traffic to go into the dealerships, and there's been accidents there, so I like the way that there's the dividing traffic hole in there, which is good. The one issue that there's already a lot of congestion there in regards to parking, particularly on Campbell Street with everyone going in to drop their cars off for the service department. That whole of Campbell Street between Stanley Street and Derby Street is backed up with service vehicles. But the other issue is I think there was about 28 angled car parks. We've reduced that by almost half, more than half now. I think it's down to 13. And that's where most of the customers would pull up to go and look at cars and also overflow parking for service. So there is definitely going to be, that's going to exacerbate the parking issue that we're going to have around that dealership.
Again, that'll be highlighted in the consultation, I'd imagine. It'll come up and there'll be options there and solutions, I'm sure, to some of those issues. So, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, there is a petition coming as well regarding Derby and Denison streets from businesses in that area. think it's been on, I think I've read it on Facebook a few times, so that's
Yep.
coming as well. So that'll feed into this consultation.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, councillors, if there be no further questions, we might seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that. Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wickerson. Put those in favour. Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, that brings us to the end of our agenda items. There be no questions. I'll declare the meeting closed and thank everyone for your attendance. Thank you.
That we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line.